Alright, now we just gotta wait for the stream to catch up. This right here is the one thing I don't like about using friggin' like OBS is everything's on like a 10-second delay. Well, 10 seconds, sometimes friggin' longer. So I gotta wait for it to kick live onto my stream.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And of course, then I get to mute it. There we go. I can mute the thing. Currently, there are no viewers, so we can hold off on discussing that until there's at least a couple of viewers about, you say.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. We do have one person. Maluigi's there. Sup, buddy?
One.
One is the loneliest number. Jesus. I'm just going to stop that right now. Oh, here, let me send you a link to the stream so you can take in the live chat. Oh, we actually have 3 watching, but I have a feeling that one of those is me, one of those is Maluigi, the other one...
Well, no, I just joined in, so...
Alright, so now we're up to 4. Woo! Progress is awesome! Rhett, what's up, pal? Welcome! We are going to be starting in just a few minutes. I just wanted to sort of do like a pre-show chit-chat thing as we wait for more people to show up. And Duck is over there peeling.
Yeah.
You are actually peeling, right? Like you.
No, not yet.
Oh, you haven't gotten to that point of the sunburn, is the...
No, it only happened last night, so... I mean...
Oh, so you still haven't been picking little like bits of duck fucking jerky off of your shoulder?
And my girlfriend put on a lot of aloe vera on me, which also, by the way, so, okay, you know, I guess you don't really have sunburn that often, so...
Like I said, yeah, it's happened like twice to me,
so do you know how it works with aloe vera, like...
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, aloe vera is supposed to heal, it's supposed to heal the burn. I actually have used that in the rare instances that I have burned, so...
But, so, you know what happens when you put it on your skin, and, your body just kind of absorbs it. And, basically the worse your burn, the faster it absorbs it.
Yeah. Let me guess. She basically, like, put it on and, like, the shit was gone in, like, a second.
She put it on my arm, and then she moved up my arm to my shoulder. By the time she got to my shoulder, it had already disappeared on my arm.
Jesus.
Yeah.
The one thing that I really like about aloe vera, whenever you have to, like, put it on a burn, is just how ice fucking cold it is. Like, you actually could leave that shit outside for Christ knows how long. You put it on, and you put it on your skin, it basically is like someone's rubbing ice.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Much. I love that. Alright, well, we are up to 9 viewers. Let me kick over to the Shootin' The Shit logo, because as much as I like looking at the Fallout Please fucking stand by screen, might as well start this up now. So, besides Duck being horribly burned, so how long were you at the beach to get that badly burned?
Hey babe, when do we get to the beach? What time do we get there? Huh? Well, yeah, we were there for about 6 hours. I think we left at about 6, right? A little bit before that. Yeah. So 5.5 hours.
6 hours, and you probably didn't bring a whole lot of sun fucking screen and all that, so.
Yeah.
So yeah, you probably were like scorched to a fucking crisp.
Yeah.
You're like Cajun fucking style duck. So.
Sounds delicious.
It actually kind of does, shockingly. Actually, now I'm kind of wondering if there's any place that offers that. If not, well, I guess it's time to open up a fucking restaurant and offer Cajun fucking duck, because that just sounds really cool. Anyway, so. Oh, shit, we actually have our first question up now. Your thoughts on Keemstar?
My thoughts on Keemstar? Keemstar's been an obnoxious prick since Minecraft.
Yes.
I thought he disappeared off the face of the earth. So, okay, actually, I do have something to admit, in that I was actually a fan of his for a while.
Really?
Way back in the day when he did prank things and, like, Minecraft, like, when they would get onto Minecraft servers and, like, screw around with people and then, like, they'd be like, they'd grief on a server and then they'd blame it on somebody else and then watch that person get kicked off the server or like claim somebody was doing it. And I was like, ah ha ha, that's funny, that's funny. And
Okay.
then I grew up.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that doesn't sound funny. That sounds ridiculously
it,
dickish.
it was it was one of those things where they would just like go and mess with people's stuff, like they'd take stuff out of a chest and then move it to another chest, or simple things,
Okay, good. When
or
I
go
actually
on.
heard you say like messing,
Oh yeah,
messing with their
well,
stuff, I'm thinking like,
yeah.
so somebody was building like a skull fucking fortress, and they decided to like carve out like a third eye in the middle
See,
of the forehead or something.
that's when I started to dislike them, when they started doing things like that.
Oh my god,
Uh,
they actually did
well,
pull that kind of shit.
yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I stopped caring about them as much, because also another thing they did was like go on Xbox Live and mess with people who were already dicks. Like those people that'll like go and start like screaming things, like
Yeah.
that are just like the obnoxiously obnoxious people, and then they'd go and just screw with them further. That's the videos that I originally got into.
See, and
And
I didn't know about this jackass until about 6 months ago, eight
yeah,
months
that
ago.
was that was like 4 or 5 years ago. I thought like after about a year, nobody cared. I didn't care about him. I didn't even know he existed anymore up until about 4 or 5 months ago, when like he started popping up in
When
with
his shitty little show Drama Fucking Alerts
yeah, when
took
everything
off.
started, when everything started popping up, when he started doxing people, when he, like, this person says false pedo allegations and that type of stuff, when all of this stuff started popping up, yeah, I was like, oh, this guy's still a dick. He's still a child after all these years.
Oh yes,
Who'd
he
have
is.
thought?
And frankly, the only thing I can say about him, because I'm just gonna say, all told, I've maybe watched about 3 of his fucking videos. Um, I am not a fan of his. Like, that's basically just the like nicest I can say is I am not a fan. Like, I've watched him do those stupid like drama fucking videos where he brings on like 2 people who have some kind of a fucking beef, and he lets them fucking chat it out, and then he grabs his bucket of popcorn because he just has to be all edgy and cool like that. And he just comes off as such a smarmy dickhead that I
Yeah. Oh
can't
yeah.
tolerate the
That
guy.
is the way that I would describe him, as a smarmy dickhead.
Yeah, he is just this smug, arrogant prick, and I've dealt with enough
And not in a
smug,
fun way,
arrogant
like me.
pricks in my lifetime. It's like, yeah, he is like the worst kind of smug, arrogant dickhead you'll ever see. So, how the hell he got popular on YouTube, I will never fully understand.
The children that follow him.
Well, that and people are just suckers for fucking drama. It's like if
Yeah.
somebody's there to talk about drama, no matter what no matter what the connection is to them, oh god, they are just all over that shit. So if you can talk about drama, fuck, you will just sort of, you basically then have like gotten over with, like drama whores and people who just like to see car wrecks. That's just kind of the like long and
Yeah.
the short of it. And the fact that he's beginning to lose popularity now because of some such stupid shit, you know what? Good,
Yeah.
but I don't know, I really just, I cannot grasp why he was popular in the first place.
Yeah, it's good that he's losing popularity, but his popularity in the first place is the part that bothers us, I think, more.
Yeah, that right there is the bit that just irritates the piss out of me, is like he is fucking like over with people, but good god, why? Speaking honestly of things, oh, now speaking of things that are like incredibly massively over, and we started talking about this a little bit before we started streaming, and I know people are gonna ask, so how is Pokemon Go treating you, Duck?
It's it was good up until my phone died. Because now that my phone is completely dead, yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, see, I honestly have only been able to play it like during fucking break at work
Uh huh.
and occasionally at home. So I haven't had the time to really go out and like walk around and like hit any gyms and shit,
Oh, okay,
which
yeah.
is sad because I have looked at the map when I'm at home.
Uh-huh.
And within a scant few blocks there are four fucking gyms and at least 15 Pokestops.
Jeez.
Well, dude, think about it, man. I am a few blocks away from Lambeau Field. Like, Lambeau Field has got at least one gym and like 5 Pokestops to it alone.
Oh.
It's like there is so much shit there, man. It's like, but I honestly am kind of happy with a whole lot of the shit I've caught. It's like I caught I believe I caught like a friggin' Eevee my second day playing.
Oh yeah. See, don't want me to tell you a really sad and terrible story?
I was finally able to evolve it yesterday. Wound up getting a fucking Vaporeon.
Oh, nice, dude. Everybody has a Flareon, though. So, you have the counter.
See, I actually was hoping to get a fucking Jolteon just because of my team. I'm thinking, like, Team Instinct, you should have a Jolteon. That just seems right.
Yeah. But, see, you want me to...
Speaking of teams...
Super sad and dramatic story first.
Okay.
Ocean City yesterday. I get to Ocean City. We're sitting by the beach. I look at my phone. I turn on Pokemon Go. There is a Magnemite and an Ekans, like, right next to each other. I already have an Ekans, but I really wanted a Magnemite. Because I love Magnemites, and I'm a nerd. So I go to click on the Magnemite. My finger just barely misses it. And I click on the Ekans. I catch the Ekans. I go to click on the Magnemite. My phone dies.
Oh, god damn.
Yep. And since then, I haven't been able to turn it back on.
Now I have a coworker. I am ridiculously jealous of him because he caught one of my favorites.
Oh.
Took him 15 Pokeballs though to fucking do it. Aerodactyl.
What? He found an Aerodactyl?
Yes.
Oh my god!
And it has fucking like CP of like 550. So it's a decent Aerodactyl from the word go.
Oh my god, dude! I had it killed for an Aerodactyl.
Dude, I would love a fucking Aerodactyl right now. I do know that if I can get my hands on a 10K egg, there's a chance that Aerodactyl's in there.
Oh yeah.
Because
my girlfriend has one of those. What is the egg that you got?
Is it a 10?
Yeah, 10-kilometer one.
Oh yeah, that one there is gonna have like Aerodactyl, Magmar. It's got like a lot of like the high end shit.
Yeah, and I'm really annoyed because, see, she got like, what did you get, like 2 10-kilometer eggs?
2, 5.
Yeah.
The only thing I have right now is like a 2K egg. I still gotta hatch it. So.
Yeah, I got like a bunch of 5-kilometer eggs, and I got a Sandshrew out of one of mine. I was so happy. But yeah, she got 2 10-kilometer eggs, and we both got them from like the same place.
Now, Duck, you have been dancing around the issue.
Uh-huh.
What team are you?
Oh, actually, okay. I want to know what team you are first.
Team Instinct.
Instinct. Yep. I'm with Josh.
You're fucking Team Valor.
Team Valor.
You nerd. So anyway, yeah, in fact, what I have noticed is that almost everybody at work, because almost every person working at the fucking casino is playing Pokemon Go on their fucking breaks.
Oh, yeah.
Like, most of them apparently are Team fucking Mystic.
Huh, really?
I have run into, like, 2 frickin' Valors. I've run into 1 other frickin' Instinct. Everybody's Mystic.
See, I do find it funny that, I thought Mystic was going to be the unpopular one, but it really seems to be Instinct that's the least popular.
I've noticed.
Which is interesting, though, because we do have a couple, at least very strong Instinct around here, because most of the gyms around here tend to be, like, at least for a little while held by Instinct. And then it'll, like, jump around between Mystic and Valor. But Instinct, I think, is the... I'd see them more.
Yeah, see, we... Now, like I said, I've got, like, 4 fucking gyms around here. One of them actually is directly across the street from me. And that one's almost constantly Instinct.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. Like, I believe actually, like, I just checked it a couple minutes ago, and it was Mystic. It was being held by Mystic. But normally, though, like, a member of Team Instinct will come in and will, like, take over. By the way, I actually saw this post on Facebook, and it made me really think, and it makes me kind of happy I'm playing fucking Pokemon, Go. So in Pokemon Go, you pick fucking one of, like, 3 teams, and you're trying to essentially dominate all of the gyms, effectively taking over the Pokemon world. That means we basically are the Pokemon Go version of Team fucking Rocket, Team Aqua, Team Magma, Team Plasma. I'm like, yes, we are the villains. I love it. And I just sort of think about that. It's like, damn, that is awesome.
See, a friend of mine, or a friend of Stephanie's, just brought up a really good idea. Like, imagine if they brought on, like, player v player battle.
That honestly is probably going to be coming up soon. They're probably going to add PvP.
Well, I know that trading is going to be the next thing.
Yeah, trading is going to be the next big one. So, which kind of makes sense, because if you at some point wind up, say, like, getting, like, a really, really, like, you go and you get this, like, monstrously high level Pidgey, and then you try to and then you try to evolve it, because I'm actually doing that right now.
Yeah.
Because I have a friggin' like Pidgeotto I've been slowly building up. It's like 20 points lower than the Pidgeot I have. So
yeah, and when you evolve it, then it bumps it up substantially.
Oh yeah, at which point then I'm basically gonna have a whole new leading Pidgeot, and I can either get rid of the Pidgeot I have now and get one whole fucking candy for it, or wait until the update comes and try to find somebody who hasn't really been working on a Pidgey, hasn't been working on boosting up a Pidgey of any real sort, and trade them for something that they've been working on. Like, if somebody's got, like, fuckloads of fucking Paris and they've been able to build a really monstrous, like, fucking, like, Parasect,
yeah,
and then they suddenly get a better Parasect, then just swap them, because I honestly have caught all of, like, 2 fucking Paris, because there's none around here.
Yeah, I think I have like 2 as well. See, oh my god, dude, I went to DC like last week, and I caught, like, a bunch of Pinsir, just like,
you lucky motherfucker.
I think I got like 3 or 4. I have 5. But, like, I have 5 of them, and they're all, like, over, like, they're almost 300 each, like 300 CP.
Nice.
It's cold. My girlfriend's rubbing aloe vera on me, and it's so cold.
Well, dude, we were just talking about that a second ago.
I know, but
a second ago, more like 10 minutes ago, but still.
At this point, it's freezing, though, because my skin is still on fire. So, it's probably, cooling it down to what the temperature should be, but what my skin is at this point used to. I'm getting chills.
And I'm right now just seeing if there's any, like, questions in the chat that
Your bag is better.
we can really talk about, but I'm not really seeing, much. Oh, Doc, question for you.
Answer for you.
I totally understand that you don't friggin' watch a, whole lot of wrestling.
Yeah.
Have you been seeing what TNA's been doing with the Hardy Boys?
Not a bit.
Oh my god. It is some of the funniest shit I think I have ever seen.
Do explain.
Okay, so apparently the Hardys were feuding. And they did this match. Jeff frickin' won. And Matt came out, like, a couple weeks later, and his hair is fucking frizzed out. He has this shock of, like, blonde hair. He's talking with this real fucked up, weird friggin' accent that kind of basically... Okay, have you ever seen fucking... what the hell's that movie? Have you ever seen Enemy Mine?
Mm-mm.
Oh, jeez. Okay, alright, anyway, it's just this real goofy, like, faux fucking English kind of accent thing.
Uh-huh.
And Matt refers to Jeff exclusively as brother Nero, calling Jeff by his middle name for whatever reason.
Odd.
Keeps talking about how he's going to break brother fucking Nero. And it cuts. There are all of these cut scenes. You actually can find them on. You can find almost all the shit on the fucking Botchamania channel, which actually I believe right now is called Botchaman 3. And they've got like 5 videos worth of this shit. It all fucking culminated with a match like 2 weeks ago, where it was Matt and Jeff fighting in a wrestling ring in the fucking woods.
Okay.
Because this was going to be the ultimate fucking deletion. Matt has kept talking about how he's gonna fucking delete Jeff. And they wind up shooting fucking fireworks at each other. Matt winds up hiding behind a boat. He then becomes friends with the boat later and names it Skarsgård. No, I am not kidding. There actually is a moment where he is with the boat and he's like, "You are more than just a dilapidated boat. I deserve to name you. I will name you Skarsgård."
This is like... This is wrestling, right?
Yes!
This isn't like a terrible, like, YouTube video that, like, some, like, 15-year-olds made, right?
No, dude. This, honest to God, has been airing on Pop because apparently TNA moved to like to Pop fucking TV, which used to be like the TV Guide channel, and it is some of the funniest shit I have. Because there is one point where Jeff Hardy is at home, and all of a sudden, all of these drones. All these little fucking, like drone, like quad fucking copters come flying into his home. And one of them has a hologram projector. And it projects Matt Hardy's head. And he's like, Brother Nero, I'd like you to say hello to Vanguard 1. And Vanguard 1 apparently now is like his like little like sidekick drone. It is fucking hilarious. It honest to God is either the stupidest thing you have ever seen, or it's the funniest thing you will ever watch, and it varies from person to person. I fucking love it though.
So wrestling has just like, at this point, as many times as they've done it before, they've jumped the shark again.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because when you happen to jump the fucking shark, that honestly there is when the product becomes unfucking watchable. If I actually had Pop fucking TV, and if I fucking had off Wednesdays, I would be tuning in every fucking week just to watch this. Because it is that awesome. I honestly have had to watch I have had to watch the shit on YouTube as people are fucking uploading it.
It does sound entertaining at least.
Oh God, it is so fucking fun. Oh, and the match that was in the woods, the winner essentially got the rights to use the fucking name Hardy. And they owned the Hardy brand. Brand.
They are Hardys now. They are who won it, by the way?
Matt. He did it by taking a birthday candle and lighting this trail of gasoline that ran up to the top of like a Hardy Boy logo shaped like head fucking stone that Jeff was standing on top of. Then Jeff sort of falls off. Then Matt drags him into the middle of this ditch and pins him.
Emer, if you hadn't mentioned any of this fact being wrestling, like, I would have just thought this would have been like the greatest movie, like the best worst movie ever.
Oh, dude, that honest to God is kind of how this is, because the whole thing is shot like a fucking movie. It's amazing. Oh boy. So, why don't we take a look at some of the other comments that are popping up here? Do you listen to Gwar?
Not in a long time.
A little bit. I mean, a whole lot of fucking Gwar stuff is amazing. It still kind of stings to think that Odorous is dead, but oh well, life I guess kind of sort of goes on. So, What else we got here?
Yeah, I haven't listened to Guar since like high school.
Do you still wonder why they thought it was a good idea for one of the Chipmunks movies to come out the same month as Star Wars?
Oh, really, really? It was the fact that they decided to come out the same day as Star Wars. That's where the Chipmunk series has made bad decisions.
Oh no, they've made plenty. Uh,
Like
just a little,
that's the drive home point is, oh man, that was a dumb idea.
the road chip open fucking opposite Star Wars. Wasn't that ever a faux pas? It's like, by the way,
Get it?
just honestly, as a bit of a like spoiler, I will not be reviewing the road chip as much as I said I was going to try to get through all four. That third one broke me.
It broke you?
Fucker had no plot. And the singing. You're fucking pitch shifting them to make them sound like chipmunks. The very least you could do then is auto-tune it so that way they sound like chipmunks who are singing on key. But apparently that's too hard for the people over at 20th Century Fox to fucking do.
It is. It's much too hard. I mean, you gotta change their voices. Who cares if it's off key?
Dude! Oh my god. So anyway, I've had to find a different movie to review instead of the road chip. I believe I found something decent. I'm not going to spoil what that is, but Alright, so what else we got here for questions? Are you a fan of Nine Inch Nails?
Does Nine Inch Nails still make music? Like,
I guess so.
yeah, like, I mean, I'm...
Nine Inch Nails is alright. I mean, if I had to pick between Nine Inch Nails and Guar, I would take Guar any fucking day, but Nine Inch Nails is alright.
See, I think I take Nine Inch Nails just because I can kind of chill and listen to them. Guar is a little bit more, you gotta be in the mood.
I guess. What DC character are you hoping to see in Injustice 2?
Martian Manhunter.
Even though he's already in the first one.
Oh, he was?
He was fucking DLC in the first one. So if you buy so if you buy like the ultimate fucking edition on Steam, PS3, PS4, 360, X or Xbox One, you get him, Batgirl, Lobo, Zod, Scorpion, and Zatanna.
Oh wait, no, that's right. Yeah, he was. I just remembered because I got the ultimate edition.
So do I. I've got it on the PS4. Downloaded it when they had it on sale for like $7.
I don't know. Who else would you like to see? I can't think of anybody at the top of my head.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm trying to think of characters who weren't in the first one who I'd like to be able to play as, and it's proving difficult because they kind of sort of picked a whole lot of the best, characters for the first game. It's like, I keep thinking about it, it's like, well, maybe Bane? No, because Bane is playable. What about Harley? Well, Harley is playable too. Batman, Superman, Nightwing, playable. It's like, shit, oh boy.
Yeah, no, actually, no, that's right. I liked Nightwing in that game.
You know what? Dexstar. I would want to be able to play as fucking Dexstar because I think that would be hilarious.
Can I play as Calendar Man?
Sure, Duck. You can play as Calendar Man. Are you familiar with Dexstar?
I know the name. Oh yeah, the cat.
Yeah. Ruffles, the Rage Kitty. The Red Lantern Kitten. Yes.
I was gonna say that's another character that I like to play as, Sinestro. Oh wait, never mind.
Oh god, man, Sinestro is so much fun to play as.
Yeah, I was gonna say he wasn't that. Who's another character? I just thought of one. Like I think Clayface would make a good one of those, like, those mock characters that are like, a combination of everybody else.
Yeah, kind of sort of like Shang fucking Tsung in Mortal Kombat 2. Just
I think
Clayface probably
cool.
wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I mean that one there I could kind of see. Red Hood maybe. I think I could see the Red fucking Hood being playable. Arsenal might be kind of a fun one to play as. The thing is, though, is that we already have Green Arrow, and he's got the same, like, gimmick.
Yeah.
So...
Say, what's his name? Killer Croc?
Killer Croc, well, you see, we already have Doomsday and Grundy. I think we've already got the big
The
guy
beefy.
quota.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, if you're going to expand the roster, you're going to need another one.
I guess, yeah. At that point, then, we could
Or we could go with the Suicide Squad movie version of him, where he's a bit more toned down. Not the giant.
Let's see, who else could be a good... Atrocitus would probably be a fun one to play as, the leader of the Red fucking Lantern Corps.
Ooh, actually, do you know who would be a really fun character?
Who?
Nightmare Batman.
I think so, yeah.
He'd be like a really, like, fast in and out type of, punch. Maybe even some, like, health stealing abilities in there. I think that'd be pretty cool.
I mean, right here, I guess, is kind of sort of like the upshot, is just that DC's got such a huge fucking roster. It's like, we could throw in, like, Black fucking Manta and have someone to kind of square off with Aquaman. Have someone...
But also, the idea that, there's a bunch of different versions of different characters.
Well, that, honestly, there is just sort of where the skins all come into play.
But you could also make them, different characters.
True.
Like... It's
just that, like, when I kind of think about it, it's like... You don't. As cool as the concept of having Cyborg Superman as a totally new character is, it also works fine that he's just a skin for Superman.
Yeah, but see, you played what's it called, the DC MOBA game, right?
For maybe like 20 minutes.
But you saw some of the characters they had.
I know that they had Gaslight. They had fucking Gaslight Joker, and he was pretty cool. And they had all the different variants and all that. Yeah. Let's see. Don't mind me. I'm just checking out some of the other questions. Your favorite Vertigo comic? My favorite would have to be It's called Transmetropolitan. Fucking adore that book. Vertigo, though, has got a lot of really top fucking notch stuff, though. It's like, I kind of think about it. It's like, because we have Transmet, we have Preacher. Preacher's usually at the top of most people's lists. Are you still there, Duck? You seem a little...
Oh, yeah, no, I'm, comics really aren't my, I don't read comics that often. I keep in touch with the lore aspect, but really when it comes to actually, sitting down and reading, nah.
Gotcha. But yeah, it's like, Vertigo usually is, pretty much, rock fucking solid no matter what the book is. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, see, honestly, most of my comic book knowledge comes from games, movies, and, people reviewing comic books.
Alright, fair enough.
Hey, by the way, Longbox Chronicles, huh?
Yeah, I've been thinking about bringing it back, but I always say that if I do, I'm actually going to change the format.
Oh, go for it, man. I'm fine with that.
Oh, no, you see, because what I kind of hated about it when I was actually, watching the older videos, I'm like, I have always bitched about fucking Linky and all his bullshit, Linkara, because all he does is just gives you a fucking, summary of the book and essentially reads it fucking to you. And I wound up doing the exact same goddamn thing shy of reading it to you. And I saw that, I'm like, no. So I've been thinking about it, and it's like...
I enjoyed having comics read to me because I don't normally read them.
Instead of covering, single issues or story arcs, I actually would want to go into, the history of comics them fucking selves. And I've been thinking about it. It's I could totally do, an episode about the fucking Comics Code and the history of the Comics Code authority and what led to it and all that fun shit. Talk about, the comic book crash in the mid-fucking 90s, which would probably be, a 3-part thing all by itself. just sort of touch on more like general aspects.
See, I'm fine with that. Like,
Histories,
I mean,
or maybe like histories of like various like writers, and I could do like one about how Fletcher Hanks was completely out of his fucking mind back in the 1930s. Just
yeah. Well, see, like, I mean, do that. That's what I think would make it a great series. Is not even comic books as not just comic book arcs. Like, I mean, you could always do that every once in a while, but talking about the industry and the idea of how things got to where they are is always fun.
Now are you familiar with Fletcher Hanks at all?
The name sounds familiar, and that's why I feel like I know why you are saying this, but I don't remember why.
Okay, well, just basically like a little bit of backstory is that Fletcher Hanks was a comic book writer. He actually went by like 3, maybe 4 different names back in the golden age of comics. And he was known for creating his own characters, but they were all so shit. Because they literally had no fucking challenge to them at all. Like, one of them was called Stardust the Super fucking Wizard, who was basically like Superman with blonde hair and no fucking cape. He would literally just fly around and go, oh my god, it's evil that is trying to stop the US. And then he would solve the fucking problem in like page and a half by just essentially pulling random powers out of his ass. And then the story would end.
So Superman, got it. All right.
Not even, dude, because Superman actually at least would have like challenges. Like Stardust would go, and I have this magical power that can, do this, and this, and then everybody dies. And he had another character. I think her name was Phantoma. She basically was this like jungle fucking woman who was basically Stardust the Super Wizard, but with tits, and her head occasionally turned into a skull because fuck you, that's why. And Fletcher Hanks would publish this shit. He would get this shit published. It's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, well, see, actually, my girlfriend just brought up a good point, where she doesn't really know that much about comics, like, at all. And you could do, like, based in pop culture things, like, I know as many people give it shit. Teen Titans Go.
Teen Titans Go I honestly think that the show is pretty decent.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I think it's not the Teen Titans animated series, but
it also isn't striving to be that either. I think that's sort of a point that has to be made. It's not trying to be Titans show. And
there's so many references to itself, like to the fact that they get that they're not what they used to be. Like there was an
episode with the fucking clown, this isn't even his old act.
No, one of the things was there was an episode where they
are you talking about the episode when they were trying to take off Robin's mask and he's like, I have to keep you secret because of what happened to the old Titans, and then it cuts to the previous style.
No. Oh my god, no.
And then Robin goes and like takes off his mask, and then like rockets fly into Titan's tower, and everyone dies.
See, this is the point though. There's so many references to it, to the old series. One of my favorite ones though was they were supposed to go back to school.
Yeah.
Because summer was over, and Robin, he brings out an idea to see what type of like high schooler they would be, and he's like, well, because our characters are so our characters haven't been expressed in any form of media or novel form before, this would be the perfect opportunity for us to find out who we are.
Yeah.
And I was like, haha, I get it.
See, and I am going to say one thing about Teen fucking Titans Go is, and I know that this seemed to piss off a lot of people, but I love this. They took my favorite DC character of all time and made him my favorite DC villain of all time, and made him absolutely hilarious.
Who?
Darkseid.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh, dude, I want to see that now.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna tell you, it was a fucking 2-part special where the Titans crash the Hall of fucking Justice and they dress as the Justice League. In the second part, they find out that Darkseid has kidnapped the Justice League. I want you to guess who voices Darkseid.
Gilbert Gottfried.
No.
I don't know.
Weird Al.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm all in favor of this.
And at one point, Cyborg mentions that he sounds like Weird Al, and Darkseid's like, if only I could be as evil as Weird Al, undercutting artists and mocking all of their music. Weird Al is a monster.
Great. But
so fucking awesome, man. I loved it.
The reason why I brought up the show though is because there's an episode where a bunch of Robins come in.
Yes.
Like that episode, and she didn't know who half the Robins were.
Oh, I knew who all the Robins were.
Oh yeah, I knew all but one.
Which one?
I didn't know the female Robin.
Oh, Cassie.
Yeah, like
I Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, I didn't know about her. Like I was like, I believe that's a Robin, but I just didn't know who she was.
And I was sitting there going, yeah, and we've got Damian Wayne, we got Silver Age Robin, then we have, I am almost certain that her name is Cassie. It's been a while since I read The Dark Knight Returns. But still, just awesome shit. So what other questions have been popping up in here?
See, but you can go into, explanation of which of those, explaining the different Robins and where they came
from. Oh yeah,
from.
and just sort of going into the history. Oh shit, dude, I actually could just do a video just talking about the history of fucking Robin.
Yeah, there you go.
And just going into every little bit of detail about how they made this like 3-issue miniseries where you find out that before he became Batman, Bruce Wayne was Robin working with some other fucking detective.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It was a 3-issue called God, what the hell was that series called? It was called The Untold Legend of the Batman, and the whole thing is just flashbacks.
Huh.
Really good 3-issue series. And in fact, the only reason why I even heard about that series is because when I was a kid, they had put out all 3 issues, and they came with fucking cassettes.
Ooh.
And they essentially were doing like radio fucking dramas based on the comics, and you were able to fucking like, read along. And it had fucking music. It had sound effects. It was so cool.
See, that reminds me a lot of what Razor Fist just did recently. What was it?
Oh wait, are you talking about his recent like Shadow video?
Yeah, the Shadow. Yeah.
I still haven't seen the Shadow video.
You should watch it. It's a good. It fills you in on a lot of stuff. Like I heard about the Shadow, but I didn't really know that much. And he does pretty much what you're talking about doing, where he goes way back when and explains where things came from and how they happened. And that's yeah.
Let's see. I'm just gonna see what else we got in here for. I'm just seeing. All right. Well, someone here is asking about friggin' Goose. Like, where is Goose? Well, I never got around to asking Goose. I wasn't sure if he was going to be, if he was going to be, here. Otherwise, I would have messaged him. I guess I can message him though and find out.
Go for it.
All right.
Let's see. What are some of the famous? Shit, I just thought of something too. Not Pokemon Go. I mean, you like Fallout?
Well, dude, yeah.
So what is your opinion on their new DLC being having an entire questline potentially stolen from a mod?
I haven't downloaded any of the Fallout 4 DLC, so I really can't.
Oh, but you haven't heard of the new drama that's popped up?
Is this about fucking Fall Harbor? I know nothing about Fall Harbor.
Okay, yeah. Well, what it is one of the missions in Fall Harbor basically is like, note for note from a mod that came out before Fallout 4 had released, like 3 or 4 weeks before Fallout 4 was released.
All right.
And it's just one quest line in Fall Harbor, but it was like an entire modding mod experience for Fallout 3. And
Well-
a lot of people started saying, like, hey, this is the exact same thing.
Well, see, that honestly doesn't even shock me much because I actually because I actually know that they essentially took a large chunk of a soundtrack mod from Fallout New Vegas, and they dumped it into Fallout 4. Literally every single new song minus the one sung by Linda fucking Carter are all songs that were featured in that mod. Atom Bomb Baby and what the hell? There was fucking like Atom Bomb Baby, Uranium Fever, because somebody made this mod for New Vegas, and it was essentially a new radio station, and it was made up of just every single old school song that featured essentially talked about, let's see here, radiation, uranium, plutonium, atom bombs. They threw it all in there, and then they also worked in like PSAs from during the fucking like Cold War. And they were able to get the rights to a whole lot of those songs, so they threw them into the Fallout 4 soundtrack. And they, if I'm not mistaken, actually credited the modders for sort of giving them the inspiration for that. And they may have done the same thing with Fall Harbor. You probably have to like dig around in the fucking credits.
Yeah, no, see, like, the big thing is that a lot of people basically, the quest was essentially, like, note for note of, the one DLC, or the one, mod quest, and a lot of people came out and blaming Bethesda, but even the creator was like, yeah, I mean, it does sound a lot, it does look and sound a lot exactly like my mod, but, it's one of those things where somebody probably played it, suggested it, and it just kind of came out almost exactly the same, but it was more so inspiration and not stealing.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I we kind of hope that, but if you want to get even technical, a video that I watched recently brought up the interesting point of, when you make mods for Fallout, technically Bethesda owns it.
Pretty much. It seriously is kind of sort of like how when you make mods for TF2, you essentially are giving Valve the go-ahead to take those and potentially sell them. Yeah.
Even without your consent.
Well, you actually are kind of sort of consenting the moment that you put it on workshop,
you put it on the workshop and there you're like, yeah, Valve owns this, I made it, but Valve is the, holds all the creative process to it.
Pretty much, especially since without your, especially since without their game, your fucking mod is just a file sitting there.
And it has no base. It's actually just non-existent without their files.
Pretty much. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through some of these other comments. Do you think Keemstar gets too much hate or not enough hate? He doesn't, dude. The guy
I think he gets too much attention.
Yeah, he gets way too much fucking attention because people want to talk about him. And honestly, it was sort of bad enough that we spent a few minutes talking about him at the start of the fucking stream.
I think we give him a little light that he's worth.
One of these days, I swear, dude, Keem honestly is just, he is just gonna lose it. He's gonna find every person who ever talked fucking smack about him on YouTube, and he's going to drag him onto Drama fucking Alert, and he's like, you are a piece of shit, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I am killer Keem fucking Star, and I own you.
See, oh, okay. Well, now my sidetrack has just been completely destroyed with that. I said, you want to get political for a minute?
Sure.
What the fuck is up in Turkey?
I don't know. I actually fucking like heard about that, and I heard that there was like some kind of like a fucking like coup going on.
Yeah, like a military coup.
I don't know any of the details.
Yeah, like Jesus Christ, dude, it's a horror show over there.
Holy fuck. Okay, well, here is what I'm going to do. Just because I actually have my TV on, but it's fucking muted. I'm going to tune into, like, I don't know, like CNN or MSNBC, because if this thing is still, like, hot fucking shit, they're probably still talking about it.
Oh yeah, it's hot shit right now because it's currently in action.
Oh, because I actually happen to remember seeing trending on Facebook that they fucking instituted martial fucking law.
Yeah.
And it's because the fucking military is trying to overthrow the government.
Yeah. And like my girlfriend just posted, like, just showed me a video, and it's like a military helicopter firing on civilians. Like,
well, MSNBC's at least. Oh fuck yeah, let's see this. Yeah, I was just about to say the guide says it's something else. Okay, it says here that Erdogan, I guess that's what, like, the president of Turkey, is back in Turkey amid the coup attempt. So the fucking coup is still going on. And they're showing footage of, like, guys in t-shirts, like, climbing into fucking tanks. That just...
yeah. I think it's Erdogan is how you pronounce it.
Erdogan? Alright,
yeah.
So the G has got, like, a W on it. Gotcha. Yeah. Shows you honestly how often I know how to pronounce fucking names.
Turkish, yeah. Sorry, I'm not gonna fault you for that.
Yeah, because I literally know bugger all about fucking Turkey. Because their leader is trying to put Islam back into politics in Turkey. Okay, I would just like to state this right now. Because whenever I hear about this, you know, that some fucking leader is trying to put some faith back into politics, I don't care what country you are living in. Politics has no place. Religion has no place in your fucking politics.
Yeah, agreed.
Every single time that I hear some, douchebag in the U.S. here talk essentially about how we are a Christian nation, I want to just start smacking people in the face. We are not a Christian nation. We are a nation. Our country is called a melting pot for a fucking reason, man. It's because we are a people of all faiths, including people with no faith at all. We don't need to hear about what the Bible says when you're trying to pass a fucking law, because fuck everything that the Bible says. That has no place in politics. And for that matter, the same thing can also be said about every other religious text.
Yeah.
Fuck every single one of them. I don't care what it says in the fucking Torah. The Torah is not going to have a point in my political decisions. What in the hell is the Muslim book, the Quran? I don't give a fuck what that book says. It has no place in any sort of political stance.
Whether it's the Bible, the Quran, like you said, the Torah, the Hare Krishna,
the Talmud, all these books.
Yeah.
Fuck them all. Not a single goddamn one of them is political, and it should not be used in politics. Or what in the hell is that other one? The Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah, that one. That's the one that
that fucking thing. Every single one of these books.
I have that.
Wait, you actually have a copy of that?
Yeah.
How is it?
It's a good read, actually. I was quite surprised.
What faith is it for, anyway? Is that for the Krishnas, or is that for a different faith?
Yeah.
Really? That one there is for the Krishnas?
If I'm not mistaken. Let me see, where is it at? Shit, I can't find it. Oh, well, it's in here somewhere. I literally sit next to my desk, and I have... Yeah.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. As it is. Yeah, I have it sitting right next to my Bible, just so I can have quick reference guides.
Nice.
And I have... What is this? Yeah, on chanting Hare Krishna. This is an entire guide.
So the whole book really is a fucking Krishna book. Alrighty.
It's a good read. I saw some very interesting things in there. I was like, I totally get why this religion is more popular than Christianity is worldwide.
So, Duck, we actually have a question here, and it's for you.
Oh.
So the question is, does fucking Duck call his jizz duck sauce? I'm gonna tell you right now, that one there is fucking good.
You're throwing me a curveball.
Are you going to start calling it duck sauce?
I guess I have to now. I never thought of it until now.
Nice.
Just because now I can just ruin everything for my girlfriend whenever we get Chinese food.
Do you like some extra fucking duck? Would you like some extra duck sauce? Shut up. It's fresh. It will be, at least. Oh, man. All right. So, let's see what else we've got here for questions. Holy shit. All right. And I still haven't heard back from, Goose, so...
I should change my name to Duck. I've thought about it. No joke. Because I think it'd be a fun name.
Wait, you were thinking about legally changing your name to Duck?
I've thought about it. I'm not saying that I've ever thought of it, like, seriously, but I've thought about it. Like, imagine if every single person, like, you could change, like, not even, like, your first name, but, like, your middle name or your known as name to your username online.
Well, dude, I mean, that actually was kind of sort of what the Ultimate fucking Warrior did back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
When he honestly was no longer Jim fucking Hellwig.
Well,
he was just Warrior.
Well, yeah, he was actually known as Warrior. Like, I'm saying, like, whenever you see...
and he was doing that because the WWE told him that he couldn't wrestle as Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
So he's like, if I legally change my name to Warrior... I can totally do this, and it worked. Oh, and apparently, according to Turkey's president, the coup has been fucking defeated.
Oh, interesting.
However,
let's see.
That honestly could just be the president doing doing some sort of damage control.
So yeah, let's see how that goes tomorrow morning.
Because didn't fucking what's-his-face also say that? Khomeini? Ayatollah
I think
Khomeini?
so. Yeah.
Because when he had his coup, like, wasn't he the fucking one who was killed, like, a couple years ago?
No.
No, that was,
But yeah, I know who you're talking about.
What I'm talking about, yeah. And there was that big fucking coup, and he said, it has been fucking beaten, and then they cut his head off, like, 2 days later.
Yeah.
That fucking video was awesome. Why can't I think of who the fuck that was? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, did it start with a G? I feel like it started with a G. I could be wrong.
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking, Khomeini, because, like, Khomeini hasn't been a thing since the 80s.
Yeah, they both sound the same.
I guess, yeah. So, let's see here. Someone here's talking about how Fall Out Boy did a cover of the Ghostbusters theme. Spoiler alert, it sucked, too.
So, so Ghostbusters, huh? How's that doing?
Well, apparently a lot of people are pissed because it's been certified fresh by Rotten fucking Tomatoes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been certified fresh at 75%. 76% or something like that. And apparently a lot of people now have started looking into this because I believe Danny was on Facebook was asking exactly how in the hell is the average score like 6.8 and it's getting 75% on Rotten Tomatoes. And then that's when I started doing a little bit of digging, and the score that the site gives is not a fucking aggregate of all the scores. It is the percentage of critics who gave it a positive review. So 75 or 76% of critics gave it a positive review.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell you what their score was.
No.
Like, some people, though, are who have seen it have said, that they kind of liked it.
Really? Nobody I know has.
Well, I mean, I guess it all kind of depends on the person, because I have heard a lot of people say that they, hated it.
Uh-huh.
But those also are people who have basically been shitting on the thing since it was first announced.
Like, I mean, I...
Before we even had a cast list, they're like, this movie is
gonna
suck.
See,
those people.
I said it was gonna suck when I saw the trailer, because I was like, huh, what? I'll see the trailer and I'll give it a shot. And I saw the trailer and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna like this.
See, and I actually kind of sort of looked at the trailer and I thought, it's not as bad as I had feared. It's still relatively bad, but that doesn't directly mean that the movie's going to be shit. It could just easily be a bad trailer. And I've seen some of the later trailers and some of like the later ads.
Uh-huh.
And some of those actually look a hell of a lot better. So I'm just going to assume that first trailer was just a bad trailer.
Huh. See, from what I've seen, pretty much the movie plays up like it is essentially stereotype the movie.
It does seem to play up that, yes.
That's its, that's the joke. Is that everybody's a stereotype, and see, it can be a joke, but it shouldn't be the joke.
I guess, yes. So, somebody actually asked a question to just basically kind of jump us off of Ghostbusters. What is, and this one here is to both of us, what is your favorite Tarantino movie?
Oh.
Yeah, I know, it's such a tough call with Tarantino stuff.
I mean, I love Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs is certainly a good one, but
I mean, Pulp Fiction is.
See, I honestly, for me, it's kind of a toss-up between Pulp Fiction and Django Unchained. I loved both those movies.
Okay, you want to hear something crazy? Still haven't seen Django.
Really?
Yeah. It's been on my watch list forever.
Oh, well, see, I still haven't seen The Hateful Eight.
Yeah, me neither.
And
that too.
And I bought that thing on Blu-ray the week that it came out. It's still sitting on my shelf. It's sitting right between Hang 'Em High and The Haunted World of Elvin Super, Beasto. Still haven't watched it yet.
I say, actually, can I change my answer for one thing that technically counts?
Are you going to say Natural Born Killers?
No. 4 Rooms.
But he only did, a 20-minute bit of that.
I know, but I loved that bit.
See, I still haven't had the chance to see 4 Rooms. I just know that he did a segment.
It is totally worth the watch. It's the lead actor from the movie that I said earlier with the guys.
Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, it's got Roth as like bellhop or some such, and he in each fucking room's got their own little thing. One of them I think is done by Tarantino, and one of the rooms is directed by Tarantino. One of them is directed by Rodriguez.
Yeah, all of them are substantially. Just they all could it's one of those adventure things where you're like, there are stories going on here that I want to learn more about, but the movie can only touch on so much in the short time that they're given. And Tarantino's is so Tarantino.
Oh god, Alfalfa, I am just starting to love you more and more, dude, with all of your comments, because he honestly was the one who asked about your jizz earlier, and he said, in his latest comment is, I know what needs to happen. Duck and Goose need to go to Turkey and fix this ish because they're all poultry. Would it happen to be too early to call fucking foul on that one?
Oh, you're terrible.
Yes, I am. Oh, shit.
Jesus.
Oh, man.
Also, but speaking of Tarantino, I do have to bring something up.
Oh, what's
Why
that?
does nobody like Death Proof?
I actually kind of like Death
Yeah.
Proof. I mean, mind you, if you're comparing Death Proof and Planet Terror wins. Hands the fuck down, but Death Proof is still a fun movie.
Honestly, I thought Planet Terror was fun, but I enjoyed Death Proof a little bit more. I felt like it was a lot. Well, I guess it was a little bit more grounded in reality. But I guess just on that level, it speaks to me a little bit more.
So, a couple other things that some people might not know about Quentin Tarantino. Do you know what his earliest acting credit was? Apparently, he was on an episode of The Golden Girls.
Oh.
Okay, so apparently there was this wedding in some episode, and there's a bunch of Elvis fucking impersonators in the house.
And
Tarantino is one of them.
Oh my god.
And you could see his name in the end credits, and it's just awesome to see. Something else that's kind of sort of worth mentioning is, even though he wrote the script for fucking Natural Born Killers, according to Tarantino, Oliver Stone basically took his script, changed everything except for Mickey and Mallory's names. Which makes me wonder if Tarantino will ever make his version of Natural Born Killers.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Because I want to see that. Similar, honestly, to how when I found out that they changed so much shit up in Cool World, I want to see what Bakshi originally had planned for it. Because apparently Cool World originally was supposed to be a horror movie. Now, mind you, it was still going to have the same, basic plot of human being going into a comic book world.
Yeah.
Except him having sex with Holly was going to be a early thing. And she was going to give birth to a half human, half doodle, creature by the name of Debbie, Dallas, who was literally going to be this patchwork of live action and animated bits, who was then going to hunt down her father for leaving her.
Wow.
Which sounds awesome.
Sounds awesome, but terrifying at the same time.
Well, and I just want to see that. That would be so great. Alright, so... what the hell? LOL, Nostalgia Critic is getting jealous of Emer trying to get quick cash-ins. The hell are you talking about, man?
What? Is he talking the fact that you guys both decided to review Alvin and the Chipmunks at the same time?
Wait, did we?
Yeah, I was actually shocked by that. You didn't know about that?
No, I actually knew about a different one though that I covered. Oh god, which fucking one was it? I covered. There was one other. Oh yeah, Gem. I covered fucking Gem, and then Doug covered Gem 2 weeks later.
Well, see, also to be fair though, his videos come out, like a month beforehand on Vessel.
Yeah, see, and I don't follow his shit anywhere.
Yeah, so. Oh yeah. No, that's what I think is the best part, though, is that I figured that happened completely, what's the term, incongruous, when two things happen at the same time, but they're completely coincidental.
I mean, because shit, guys, if fucking Doug actually is noticing me for whatever reason, it'd be really nice if he messaged me.
No, see, that's what I thought that was hilarious, because I saw you had posted the review for Alvin and the Chipmunks, and then, that night I watched one of his videos, and he said, oh, by the way, I did a review for Alvin and the Chipmunks, you can watch it now on Vessel. And I'm like, oh, that's odd.
But yeah, if for whatever baffling reason Doug fucking Walker notices me, I actually would probably like to bring him on here, because you know what? Because as much as I dislike his videos, I mean, I really do not like the man's videos. I have heard people say that he's a really awesome guy to talk to. So shit, I honestly would love to just. I would just love to see if he really is as nice a guy as most people say. Yeah. So yes, Doug, if you're watching this, and there's apparently a mild chance that you might be, come on over. It'll be fun.
I'd like to, just because I've met him before, and he's a nice guy.
Message me, and I will add you on Skype, and we'll do a chat. We will do a stream. It'll be fun. So anyway, what else we got here? Let's see. Oh, well, I guess that we can talk about this. It hasn't been brought up in the chat, but have you heard about this upcoming NES Mini? Or this Mini NES?
It looks cute.
Oh, dude, I honestly am kind of psyched for it. The only thing that kind of sucks is I was hoping that it might have, like, that it might come with, like, SD card support, so you can, like, download, like, ROMs and throw them on there and shit, because they apparently don't want to do any more support outside of just putting it out.
Yeah, no, not really.
But still, it would be really cool.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it would be awesome just simply to be able to play 30 classic NES games in on a fucking HD TV and not worry about that controller lag.
Yeah, it's like it's honestly like that. Actually, Nintendo's really kind of late to the ball game. Sega did that like 4 years ago.
I know, dude. Like Sega's done that a couple of times. They actually have like handhelds and shit.
But they put out like a mini Genesis and it came with 2 controllers and it could play Genesis games. I was actually quite surprised with that.
Wait a second. So you mean that the mini Genesis it actually has like a slot for you to plug in Genesis cartridges?
Yeah, it's about as big as a cartridge itself.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, and that one also has 30 games built in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See, I actually have been hearing about how people want to how people are hoping that if this thing takes off, if this little fucking like NES Mini takes off, then we might see a similar thing for the SNES or a similar thing for the Nintendo 64.
Oh my god, that'd be so exciting.
I would be down for that. I also, though, would be kind of happy if they put out like something that looks kind of sort of like, I don't know, like a oversized version of a Game Boy fucking Micro.
Yeah.
And it came with like 50 GBA games. Just put in fucking like Super Mario Advance, like Pokemon Sapphire, you know?
Yeah. I'd be fine with that.
Let's see here. Yeah, and DP is mentioning in the chat, and this is very true about those Genesis, about that mini Genesis. The sound on it is pretty bad.
Oh, is it?
Actually, well, you see, the same thing also is true about the Neo. What the hell is that thing called? The Neo Geo X Gold. Apparently, the sound on that thing is fucking terrible. And when I happen to say terrible, what I mean is like the sound is like off key.
Oh.
So I honestly want you to imagine playing like Sonic 1 and Green Hill Zone, except everything is, I think, maybe like 1 octave lower.
God. It sounds amazing, but horrible at the same time.
Half octave lower, maybe. It's like, and like the sound effects all sound kind of fucking wonky. I've seen this.
Yeah, it is.
And I happen to remember Ashens covering the Neo Geo X, Gold. He said, it's fine if you've never played a fucking Neo Geo game, but if you've played these and you know what they're supposed to sound like, the sound is going to make you fucking cry.
Yeah.
So. Okay, well, we have here we have another comic book question. Any thoughts on Venom and Carnage?
I love Carnage. I love Venom, too. But I just love Carnage just because of his, fuck the rules, I kill things.
Yeah, well, yeah, dude, I mean, because he's Cletus fucking Cassidy, who was...
Like Cletus Cassidy is...
like, one of the most prolific serial fucking killers in Marvel history.
Yeah.
And then, basically, like, a little bit of the symbiote finds him, and he's like, hey, buddy, do you want to have some fun?
Hey, you love to kill people? I want to kill people. Let's work together.
You don't even have to get a weapon. I actually can turn your hands into gigantic axes. Let's
I am a weapon.
Okay, and I will say that when handled correctly, both fucking Venom and Carnage are awesome characters.
Yeah.
However, then you look at stuff like Maximum fucking Carnage. I'm talking the comics, not the game. The game actually was kind of fun. But you look at the Maximum Carnage comics, and you can see that you can do Carnage badly.
I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was different,
There
but
was
I
like
didn't think it was.
13 issues of filler and then one issue of something finally happening. They defeated most of the villains with a harness that had the same power as the Care Bear stare. Just process that.
Okay, your point is valid, but still enjoyed it.
Let's see. Emer and Duck, what are some of your favorite classic movies? How exactly are we going to define classic for this?
So, like going like.
I want to say like 1968 and older. Because I think that would sort of justify classic if we're just talking old as like 60s and older. At which point then I'd say by far one of my all-time favorites is the Batman movie from 1966. I was raised on that thing. Fucking love it. Oh boy. I'm trying to think of a few others. Casablanca's usually a fun one. You know, that one is almost like universally amazing. God, just trying to think of some other ones from the 60s and backwards. Universal's monster movies are usually a pretty rock solid bet. You know, like I'm talking about like Dracula, Frankenstein, The Creature, Phantom of the Opera. Same thing also if you go with like a whole lot of the Hammer horror movies from the 60s and 70s. You know, we can count some of those. I oftentimes say this. I'm not a big fan of romantic comedies, but there is one I love. And it's. Have you ever heard of a movie called Bringing Up Baby?
Yes,
Oh,
I know.
God,
I haven't
love that movie.
I haven't seen it, but I know it. I say, oh wow! Actually, I just realized how many movies came out in 1968. There's a lot to pick from here.
Just from 1968?
And just from 1968.
Such as?
Well, it just for the classics, let's go with what is it? Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, Night of the Living Dead is usually considered a classic.
Planet of the Apes.
So. Again, really good. I honestly can't speak about any of the sequels. I haven't seen any of the Planet of the Apes sequels. Which is funny because I've got them all here. I just haven't gotten around to watching them yet.
Really? Huh.
There are a lot of movies I can kind of say that about, where I can just kind of sort of look at my Blu-ray shelf. It's like, yeah, I still haven't watched like, goddamn, what the let's see, Beverly Hills Cop 3. Still haven't watched that. ATM, Dirty Dozen. There's just so fucking Freaked. The Gamera movies. I've got every Gamera movie save for one on Blu-ray. So.
The Producers.
Oh, yes.
And
such an awesome movie.
And, you really can't forget 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Definitely, yeah, we can't forget that one. Strange Love, we gotta throw Dr. Strange Love if we're talking classics.
Yeah. Bonnie and Clyde came out in 1967.
Did it?
Yeah.
For some reason, I always thought that one there was like 1971. I don't know why. Oh, shit. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. It's like, and I keep on thinking of ones, it's like, no, those were fucking 70s. Wizards, no, that was 1977.
Ooh, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly was 60... What was it? 66? Yeah.
Which, honestly, then means that we can count the entire Dollars trilogy in there.
Yeah.
A Fistful of Dollars, A Few Dollars More, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Hang 'em High, I think, was 65? Maybe?
Oh, shit. Whoops. God damn it.
Ooh. We have just found an awesome question. Your favorite Roger Corman film? And I'm going to let you answer first.
Don't ask me this. I gotta think about this.
See, because for me, it's like I basically have like an instant fucking reaction to favorite Corman films, and that would be Death Race 2000. Death Race 2000 was my fucking shit. I would probably put Little Shop of Horrors second. The Terror might be my third.
God, dude, I forgot how many of his movies. Oh my god.
Rock and Roll High School, I've heard is really good. Still haven't had the opportunity to watch it though.
And I said, did we count how many movies he produced too? Because Jesus, that's even scarier.
I believe actually we're just counting ones that he's directed.
Okay. So I was like, see, if I go through his producer list,
then that also includes shit like Dino Shark and Sharktopus and Star Crash.
because I could add in some of those ones for fun.
How about no?
Oh, you don't like Sharktopus? What is
No,
it?
Doc,
Sharktopus.
No, Doc. I did.
Sharktopus versus Terracuda.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It was a pterodactyl barracuda. Terracuda.
Before anyone asks, no, I am not covering that for a reactionary review. The ban on shark films stands. Good God. Emer, have you seen Monster A Go-Go? Unfortunately, yes, I have. Courtesy of Mystery Science Theater, I have seen Monster A Go-Go, the movie that I believe still stands as the film with the worst ending in cinema history. For those of you who haven't seen the movie and are curious about the ending, Monster A Go-Go is a movie about an astronaut who gets mutated when he comes back to Earth, turns into a monster, starts killing people. He gets chased into the sewers, and then suddenly there was no monster. There was no creature named Douglas lurking in the sewers. He was found in the ocean alive and well. There was nothing. Nothing happened. Go back home. That movie was shit. I hated that goddamn ending with a fucking passion. Oh, and I totally forgot about the Corman Fantastic Four movie. Never mind, that one actually would be my second favorite behind Death Race 2000.
I think
Fantastic Four movie was
I found a new favorite movie of his.
Oh?
It's just because I was looking through his IMDb and I found this. The Saga of the Viking Woman and Their Voyage to the Waters of the Great Sea Serpent. Just because you could never say that movie again.
Dude, a lot of people said that when I said I was going to review the 41-year-old virgin who knocked up Sarah Marshall and felt super bad about it.
Okay, valid point.
People also told me I was never...
Oh God, I know you're going to say it. People
also thought I was never going to not call it Interstellar 5555, the 5 Tori of the 5 Ecrit 5 Tar 5 Istum. I still do. What, Doc? It's not called The Story of the Secret Star System. If that was going to be the title, they should have had S's.
Like, did you just sit in your room and just practice that for, like, days on end?
No! I think I actually, ran over it, maybe three fucking times. And I then, tested myself, a week later. It's like, yep, got it.
Jesus.
Because I wanted to make certain that I got the title right when I filmed that video. I honestly don't think I've ever practiced a movie's title, including ridiculously lengthy ones.
That's truly horrifying.
Let's see here. I'm just seeing what else we got in here for questions. Okay, this one here's to both of us. What are your favorite Japanese films?
Oh God, I had to distinguish Japanese. he couldn't have just said Asian films. Because I always forget what's like Korean and what's Taiwanese.
Yeah, see, I usually am pretty easy to differentiate Japanese from everything else. It's just, if you want me to try to distinguish Chinese from, say, like, Hong Kong, good fucking luck. Just, if I had to pick a favorite Japanese movie, it would have to be Battle Royale. Oh, God, I love that movie. The sequel kind of sucked, but I did love the first one.
I liked it. I just felt that the end, it just kind of dragged towards the end.
Well, that also, though, is because that also was sort of how the book was that
Yeah.
the book kind of drags for the last 75 pages because they're trying to, eke out an ending. But it still, though, is a solid movie. It's just, you kind of have to be committed.
Yeah, I get you.
A couple other Japanese films of note. Of course, we have Godzilla, pretty much any film in the franchise, barring very few exceptions.
Oh yeah. By the way, did Josh? Have you spoken to Josh recently?
Define recently.
Like, I don't know, the past month.
I think I've talked to him. Yeah.
Did we hung out? We actually spent a day. We hung out.
Did you?
Yeah, it was fun.
Cool.
Get to meet his son and everything. We watched what was it? The Godzilla with all the monsters, the Battle of the Monsters.
There's two of those, dude. There's
the one where
Monsters and Final Wars.
Final War.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, both films are awesome, but Final Wars is amazing.
We got to watch Zilla have his.
You got to watch Zilla
15
have his,
seconds of fame.
I was about to say his 10 seconds of fame, but yeah. As the greatest song that some fucking 41 have ever made is fucking blasting in the background.
He's like, roar, I'm Zilla, and I'm dead.
Tail, yes, basically, yeah, and it basically is in like tail whip blast, done.
Like, I'd never seen it before, and it was a treat to watch. I kind of passed out at some points, though, because I was really tired that day. But it was fun still.
Really into the live-action Death Note movies. I love both those.
Still haven't seen those. My girlfriend wants me to watch them.
Oh, and there was also Audition. Loved how Audition turned out.
Ichi the Killer, I think I'd have to go with.
Ichi the Killer was okay.
I loved it.
Mind you, it is definitely a fun, fucked up movie. It's just, if I had to pick any other films done by Takeshi Miike, I would probably throw Audition above it. Now, if we were to add in animated movies, then naturally I could talk about, like, Vampire Hunter D and Wicked City and Akira and Perfect Blue and Millennium Actress and all the other just amazing Japanese animated films I've seen. So. Yeah.
Well, still, I think I liked the whole Ichi the Killer, and this, especially the way it screws with you psychologically. I love psychologically fucking you up movies.
Well, dude, I mean, that honestly there, dude, is why, like, one of my favorite movies of all fucking time is fucking Perfect Blue, because that movie just because that fucker goes above and beyond to fuck with you.
Huh. I haven't seen it.
Okay, have you ever seen Black Swan?
Yeah.
Black Swan's essentially a fourth-rate remake of Perfect Blue. The only things which are apparently different is that instead of her going into ballet, she's working on, I think it's like a soap opera. Otherwise, it's still because the person who made that film, Darren Aronofsky, made Black Swan.
Mm-hmm.
He actually got the rights to remake Perfect fucking Blue because he wanted to take one scene and remake it for Requiem for a Dream.
Oh, which scene is that?
The scene when what's her face is in the fucking bathtub nude and she's just like screaming into the water. That shot was taken shot for shot directly from Perfect fucking Blue.
Really?
Oh yeah, as she's basically and in Perfect Blue she's screaming about her stalker.
Yeah, huh. Yeah. I thought that was a very powerful scene in that movie, so I guess that kind of makes sense now.
Oh yeah. See, and so he basically had gotten the rights there, and so then he thought, well, I still have the rights to make it. I might as well take most of the plot and do my own thing with it, and thus Black Swan was born. So. Let's see here. Just seeing what else. Oh boy. Voltron versus the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Megazord. I guess we're doing, like, nerd fucking fights now. So, who would win in a fight, the Megazord or Voltron?
Megazord.
I don't know.
Just because I'm a Power Rangers guy.
Well, dude, I mean, I also loved Power Rangers, but Voltron was my fucking childhood.
Yeah, Power Rangers is mine. I can see it literally from right here. I have a picture of me in a White Ranger outfit as a child. Like I'm looking at it from here.
See, and the both of them are very similar in the sense that the only way to really beat any enemy was essentially to call down your power sword and slice them. Megazord won most fights that way. Voltron won most fights that way.
Yeah.
And the person I was asking is the Megazord at full power, and I am going to say no. We are not talking.
Somebody else just asked that too.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Vaxxer is what I was talking about. Is that someone asked us? Like, we seriously are not talking about the Dragonzord Titanosaurus Megazord combo. We're just talking the Megazord. Against, I'm going to assume, Lion Force Voltron, because if it was Vehicle Voltron, the Megazord would fucking curb it. So, because Vehicle fucking Voltron was shit.
Huh.
I would, Now if fucking Death fucking Battle and all of its knockoffs weren't complete and total shit, I would say they should totally do a Megazord Voltron fight. But, because that might actually be interesting to see. Oh, boy. If I had to pick, I'd almost have to go with Voltron, and that's simply because the Megazord, is basically just fucking controlled by the Rangers. Voltron, if we talk about the continuity of both Voltron and the Japanese show Go Lion, where the footage came from, in fucking Go Lion, Voltron is 100% sentient, and is able to is able to think and fight and attack even without pilots.
Okay, valid point.
So I would almost have to give it to Voltron, but it would be really fucking close. So, have you seen the posters for the upcoming Power Rangers movie?
I saw one of them.
Oh, because they have put out 5 more showing the fucking Rangers, and it's basically the faces of the Rangers, and they have a fucking like lightning bolt lit up over the center of their face.
Oh yeah.
And everything else has got like a colored filter. I find it really funny that they swap the fucking races on Zach and Billy.
I see it.
Specifically because I guess we can't have a black guy be the Black Ranger.
Yeah.
But we can still totally have a friggin' Asian chick as the Yellow Ranger. Because we can still be kind of racist, but not too racist. I guess it's sort of their thought. It's like, well, black guy as the Black Ranger, that might be a little bit problematic, but Asian chick as the Yellow Ranger, totally good. Rock and roll. Still, though, I honestly think that it might be kind of a fun movie. I'm still waiting on a trailer.
So yeah, well, didn't I mean technically they're keeping to the canon of the what's it called, the like after the movie, or like the that set of Power Rangers where the Asian guy was the Black Ranger.
Yeah, but they still are using the first season names.
Yeah.
Everyone's asking, what is your favorite season of Power Rangers? The first, I think it was like the first 3 was Mighty Morphin, right?
Yeah, Mighty Morphin is everybody's favorite.
Well, yeah, because that one there was one that was on when I was still kind of a kid. Yeah. So.
And also, what do you think though? Bryan Cranston as Zordon.
I don't know what to think about that. Again, I kind of need to see.
Yeah.
Something because
I think that's gonna be interesting at least.
It should be. I mean, because we have seen him play heartless, horrible bastards. We've seen him play bumbling, TV fucking dads, and we've seen him play scientists who die in fucking 20 minutes. So, hey, anything's possible. So, yeah, I mean... Okay, what else we got here? Your favorite horror movie? Favorite horror movie? Shit. I think if I had to pick a favorite horror movie, god damn. What do you have, Duck, for a favorite horror film?
Ooh, favorite.
Yeah, I know, it's a toughie. I mean, because my fucking base instinct, just simply because of how absolutely disgusted I was with some of the content, but I still loved how everything was written. A Serbian film usually ranks up there because that thing's totally just sick, just from start. And I have fucking watched it 4 times, and I still love it. But you see, it's I could go for that one. I could go for Perfect Fucking Blue, because that's a fantastic psychological horror film. Well, Serbian films also got a whole lot of psychological shit going on with it.
The 1982 Thing?
Yeah, there's also The Thing. You could throw that on there. You could throw a Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah,
the
problem is I'm trying to find the difference between what's horror and what's, a thriller and an action.
See, and I'm trying desperately to avoid horror comedies, so that's why I'm not touching Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, Shaun of the Dead, Dead Alive. I'm not touching any of those. I have always been a fan of Halloween 3, but I wouldn't put that on my list of favorite horror movies.
Yeah.
It's fun, but, man has to have his limits.
I like Carrie.
Carrie was pretty good. I honestly happen to think that the book was a touch better, but that's just me.
Did you watch the remake?
Which one?
I guess the more recent one.
Well, actually, I haven't seen either of the remakes. Wait, have there been 2 or 3 remakes? I'm trying to remember.
I know of at least 2. 2 that came out almost at the same time. 2 within 2 years of each other that were
Yeah, because there was a fucking because there was a fucking TV movie in 2000. Then there was one in theaters around 2002, and then there was the one that came out 3 years ago.
Yeah, I remember because there was 2 that came out within 2 or 3 years of each other that confused the shit out of me because I watched one and I was talking to a friend of mine about it and she was like, yeah, I didn't like it that much. I thought this scene, I thought it wasn't done very well, and I was like, what? I thought that scene was really cool. When, this happens, and this happens, and she's like, that's not what happened. And I'm like...
I found out that you two watched vastly different films.
Yeah. I think I was talking about it with, that girl that, Kari. There we go. I haven't talked to her in a while. I couldn't think of her name. I haven't talked to her in, I honestly haven't talked to her in, a year.
A couple other ones that people have been mentioning here that I almost have to throw onto the list would have to be Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah. I always thought that was more of a thriller, not a horror.
Yeah, that one there is a touch more thriller than it is horror, but you cannot deny that I fucking Spit on Your Grave is full-blown horror.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that one there also could kind of fall more underneath the terms of revenge film, but it is definitely horrifying the way that it counts. I mean, the way that we think about it. Wasn't there a sequel to Carrie? Yes, there was The Rage, Carrie 2, which they made a sequel because they didn't think it would be marketable otherwise, because it has literally no connection to Carrie at all.
Here's something, actually, I just remembered, that it's out of more recent films, I really like The Mist.
As in the one based on the Stephen King story?
The 2007 one?
Yeah, wasn't that one based on
Yeah,
a Stephen King short, story?
I think so. Yeah, it was based on. Was it? There's an older Mist that I think was based that it was
Aren't you
based.
actually talking about the Fog?
Oh, that's what it is. It's the Fog.
Yeah, the
That's the one.
Fog.
I can never remember. Sorry, they're so
Yeah, they
different.
Mist, Fog, same fucking thing.
Yeah, but the only reason why I bring up the Mist is I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was a decent movie, especially the ending was. Have you ever seen it?
No, but I believe actually that they changed the ending from the story because if I'm not mistaken, the fucking story ends and they have been trying to fucking drive away and they can't fucking find a way out, so they basically just commit to a murder fucking suicide pact.
Yeah.
And in the movie, they are getting ready to do the murder suicide, and then the military shows up.
Oh no. See, there is. I think there was actually the ending was actually filmed because I've seen it. Because what happens is it goes bang, 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 and there was 6 people in the car and only 5 bullets or something like that. And the guy survives, and then he gets out of the car, and the military shows up.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, holy Jesus, that's horrifying.
And the book, I believe, ends with, all of them dying or the military showing up beforehand. There actually is a difference in the endings.
Yeah.
And it has been a long fucking time since I actually read The Mist. I just remember that it was a bleak goddamn story.
Yeah, but the reason I bring it up is because there's going to be a TV show.
What?
Yeah.
How the fuck do you turn The Mist into a TV show?
I think it'd be pretty easy, honestly.
Well, maybe as a fucking mini-series.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, they turned Scream into a TV show.
You couldn't Yeah, dude, and look at how well that fucking turned out.
I actually thought it was alright.
I don't know anyone... Okay, well, besides you, I don't know anyone else who's fucking watched it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think anybody's watched it.
Wasn't
when I watched it,
canceled after one season?
No, actually, there's a second season going on right now.
Really? All right.
Yeah, I watched it because it was on Netflix. And admittedly, I have a few problems with it, and that they do a really good job of trying to, throw curveballs at you. But the ending is... the ending sucks at how they tried to explain how it all happened, because it's Scream 3.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and I actually kind of sort of gave up on Scream after the first one because I didn't care for the first movie.
I assume you don't care about spoilers for the TV show.
I honestly do not care about fucking spoilers.
And if anybody really cares, I'm sorry, I'm going to spoil it here. But, it takes place in a town, a modern day town, and it's a pretty upper class town. And, a bunch of stuff happens, characters die left and right, you're trying to figure out who's the killer, there's, subplots and everything going on, characters doing things that they would only do in a horror movie because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, that, though, is the whole joke of Scream is... Yeah. We have here the fucking rules for a horror movie, and then everyone turns around and fucking breaks them all because, these people are all fucking absolutely allergic to logic and common sense.
And they do have a character who references, he's like, well, if this was a horror movie, what we should do is this. And, it's, I get it, I like the cute nods. But, they try to make it very modern, but there's just so many problems here and there.
So, someone's asking your thoughts on the upcoming Cell movie. They have been talking about making a movie based on Stephen King's novel Cell for a long time. Now, have you ever read Cell?
No, I have not.
Cell is a fantastic book up until the last 2 pages, because it's one of those ones, and King does this a lot. He doesn't end his fucking stories. He literally cuts it off with about a sentence left. You just need 1 sentence for fucking closure, and he will not give it to you. Cell was one of those books. Now, the plot to it is that there's this weird fucking signal, and it calls every cell phone on Earth, and everyone who answers it gets turned into a zombie, or they get turned into essentially a feral, a feral human kind of. And so it's...
Was there a movie The Signal or whatever?
Not sure. I can totally give you the ending because like I said, there is no fucking ending. You can, so his son, or the main character's son, gets turned during this because he has his phone on him at all times. He's trying to find his son, finds him, and finds out that his son is turned. And there's a fucking scientist who's amongst the people who didn't have phones when the signal hit, and he says that there's a theory that because the signal's still out there, and if you use your cell phone, you can still turn. But if you've already turned, and you get blasted with the signal a second time, it'll turn you back. So he has a son chained up in this basement, and he pulls out a cell phone. He just hits fucking 0, dials it, and he holds the phone to his son's ear. The end.
But that's not the end. There's clearly more to the story.
No. That's literally where the book ends. Correction. The book ends with the fucking operator answering the phone. So the last words in the book are, "Hello, operator, can I fucking help you?"
Oh.
And I searched to see if there was maybe like a missing page or something. No. Holy shit. So, if they can make a movie and actually put a real ending on it, I don't care what the ending is. I don't fucking care if the signal kills the fucking kid. I don't care if it kills him. I don't care if it turns him back. I don't care if it makes him somehow worse. I don't care. I want a fucking ending. I want closure.
I don't think they do that. I think they'd even just do that intentionally.
Oh, that would suck fat throbbing dick, man. That would be awful.
Yeah, well, they always change movies to make it more lighthearted. They probably, he's better now.
Yeah, except also because it's a Stephen fucking King, story. It'll probably, he's better now, except now he has the mind of a toddler and I have to re-raise him. Have some kind of a real fucked up, monkey's fucking paw kind of twist.
I don't know. I don't think Stephen King movies have... we had It, which also is getting a remake, by the way.
I know, and I am this here is one of the few times I'm actually kind of psyched for a remake, because the previous It was a fucking TV movie, and there's a lot of shit
that's right, it was
cut for fucking content reasons.
Yeah.
So now they have free fucking reign. They can do whatever. Now, the way I see this is, I'm just thinking back to some of King's other works, and I know that the fucking Dark fucking Tower is getting a movie.
Ooh.
I know because Sargon has bitched at great length because they cast fucking Roland as a black guy, and apparently that's wrong. Even though, yes, I totally understand that in the books, Roland, the fucking gunslinger, is supposed to be sort of like a Clint Eastwood type. But you are not going to hop into the Wayback Machine and grab Clint Eastwood circa 1968 and bring him in.
Your son.
You could fucking get his son, but I don't know. So they cast who the hell did they cast again as Roland? I can't even think of the guy's name off the top of my head. But
Idris Elba.
That's it, Idris Elba.
Really?
Yeah, that was it. It was
I was just Elba. Famous black guy.
Idris Elba is going to be Roland, and that sounds great.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
And his issue is the fact that there's another character who I believe was introduced in the second book. I have only read the first 2.5, and she's and she is a black chick, and she keeps calling Roland like a cracker ass honky and all this other shit because she's painfully racist.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't have that if Roland is played by a black guy. But this character this character is also established to be nuttier than a fucking shithouse rat, so makes sense.
Admittedly, can you imagine how uncomfortable it would make the movie if they cast a white woman in there and she was incredibly racist towards him?
Oh god, that there would be fucking hilarious. Get your hands off of me, darky.
Oh my god.
I was trying to keep that one relatively clean because you could go
Oh yeah.
worlds far on there. So, let me scroll through for some other questions. I know, one thing here says, I know Emer isn't a fan of Dragon Ball Z, but does he like the games? I have only played a few. I've played like the first 2, maybe 3 Budokai games.
Mm-hmm.
When frankly I really should have only played one of them because they're the same goddamn game every fucking time.
Oh really?
Much.
What about that? What about Koei game having 3 or 4 games released in a series?
Yeah, I know because they do the same thing with fucking like Dynasty Warriors and shit. It's the same fucking story every game.
Well, I mean, admittedly though, they can't really change the story. They just change the gameplay and the characters.
Yeah, and they also did the same thing with One Piece because I got this when it was on sale like a week ago. They had One Piece Pirate fucking Warriors 3 because I haven't played a Dynasty Warriors title in ages, and this uses the same engine, and I'm curious about One Piece anyway. And apparently, all 3 games cover the same fucking arcs of One Piece. It's like the first few arcs. And so I have only played the first 2 stages, so I got to whoop up on Buggy the Clown.
Oh, so. But speaking of Dynasty Warriors,
yes.
Have you heard that they're making a Berserk game?
Yes, somebody actually mentioned that on in the friggin' chat earlier. I'm going to assume it's using the Dynasty Warriors engine.
Yep.
Similar honestly to how the Fist of the North Star game used the Dynasty Warriors engine.
Yeah. They really get creative there, don't they?
Berserk, though, it totally works because you're doing those massive fucking battles, and it's like, if I honestly could be Guts and just run through and just slice the fucking shit out of people.
See, I've never actually watched Berserk, but now I'm very much inclined to watch through it just because of the game coming up.
Yeah, see, and speaking of that, Now I covered those 3 movies, those 3 fucking Berserk movies that came out recently. They recently just started selling those as a 3 movies like box set on Amazon for like $25. So you can totally pick up that. You'll have all 3 movies. That basically runs you through the first arc of the manga, which is the only arc that has ever been adapted so far. I have heard that they're making another trilogy of films that's going to actually continue the story. So, thank fuck for that.
Because I've never read through it, and I just kind of want to find out because I know I've always seen people talk about it. I've always seen the name Berserk. I've always seen people talk about Guts
and Griffith and all the other characters. Yeah.
Well, no, most of the time I recognize Guts just like I recognize him as a character, and I've never even actually seen it. So
also, funny thing about those discs, I love this about them, and I'm sort of hoping that they just took the previous Blu-rays and just threw them all into one case because you honestly will then have a lot of fun with this. Each one also has outtakes, blooper reels.
Oh God, those are the best.
Anime fucking blooper, English fucking dub anime blooper reels are like the funniest goddamn things ever. Like, somebody actually showed me Axis Powers Hetalia, painted, the movie was called like Painted Fucking White, and it has like 15 minutes of like bloopers.
Oh my God.
And those are just so fucking funny because one of them was Chuck Huber is China. Was he China or was he Japan? He was Japan.
I don't know.
He was Japan. And at one point he has to say that he doesn't like something, and the script was up as me no fucking Reiki. And the actor who played Germany apparently did not read Huber's line, and so when he heard it piped in when he had to read the line. He fucking lost it. He's like, nope, are you fucking serious? I was not expecting that. It's like, it is fucking hilarious, and the bloopers on Berserk are even funnier. Oh, dude, yes.
See, do you know it's something that I want to see done in more animes?
What's that?
Or just like series releases? Because I know you've seen Excel Saga, you're pretty much the only person I can ever talk to it about.
Yeah.
Did you ever get the imperfect collection of the DVDs?
No. I actually only have the individual 6 that they put, the individual 6 volumes.
Well, actually, it might have it on that too, but have you ever gone through, in the subtitles things?
Oh, the pop-up trivia.
Yes, yeah.
Yes! I love watching with the pop-up trivia, man.
I
That's so
want
cool.
more series to do that.
Like, the only issue, though, is that, like, there are bits where I think it was like, she was fucking, like, falling, she was fucking, like, falling, like, down a fucking well.
Uh-huh.
And there are these things, like, passing fucking by, and the pop-up fucking trivia is zipping by so fast, I had to pause it and read what the fuck was going by. It's like, yes, you guys, look at this! Shoot!
Like, that was one of my favorite things, because I rented the DVD for Excel Saga on Netflix back when they did DVDs, back when that was the new thing.
Yeah, back honestly when that was their main thing, was DVD rentals.
When that was the new thing, was like, you could get DVDs sent straight to your house. And I was like, what? And actually, fun enough, I found Excel Saga because I was looking for Slayers.
Slayers is also pretty good. So.
But I looked for Slayers, and for some reason it was Excel Saga. Like, that was like the only thing that came up, and I was like, ooh, I'll just watch this. And yeah, and then I was like going through the subtitles because I was also quick to learn that English voiceover with English subtitles don't always match up.
No, because they usually are subtitles for the Japanese audio.
Yeah.
And of course the dub, script has to be changed for mouth flap purposes and shit like that, so you gotta get it to match.
Oh yeah, and then I was watching the first episode, and I got, the pop-up trivia, subtitles, and it was just, Menchie popping up with, like, hey, what's going on here? And here? And here? Because, like, in the background, there's just, like, a person's leg sticking out of a bush.
Yep.
And like, just, like, an arm on, like, just off in the distance. That's something you wouldn't pay attention to. And I'm like, this is the best thing ever.
See, and I actually happened to remember shortly after I bought those discs, because I believe I actually bought all 6 of them at a flea market, because somebody was just trying to get rid of all 6 discs.
Yeah.
I think they were selling them for like $6 total. Like, so we are literally talking like $1 a disc. I bought them thinking, what the hell? I actually have seen some clips of this on what the hell was it? It was it was on fucking AMV Hell, back when that was still a thing.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
And I would see like clips of it, like, that looks really interesting. And I started fucking watching it, and I got past the first episode. I did not like the first episode. It just was too... Well, I mean, because it didn't have a whole lot of structure. It was just kind of fucked up and weird. But I'm like, no, Emer, you bought these. You're going to sit down and watch them. And by the time I was done with the second episode, I'm like, I love this. This is awesome. I then loaned the first disc out to my cousin, the same cousin of the infamous Bleach story. And I told him, dude, this thing is fucking hilarious. You are going to love it. And I talked to him like a day, later, and he's like, I watched the first episode and I just had to stop. And I looked at him, I said, dude, I promise you, I'm dead serious. That first episode sucks, I know. But you are going to be hooked after episode 2. And he's like, really? Alright, I guess I can give it another shot. And the next day, he came back to my home with that disc and went, I'm going to need the other 5, please.
There you go.
Yeah, see, and then I loaned him out to him, and oh man, he loved it. So, someone asked...
the exact opposite of your Bleach story.
Yes. Someone asked, what do you think about the Friday the 13th video game?
It's called Dead by Daylight. I already got it. I played it. It was alright. I enjoyed it.
Well, see, I backed it.
Oh, really?
On Kickstarter.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah.
I'm waiting for it to come out.
So am I, dude. I'm totally fucking psyched.
I just feel bad because I really think that Dead by Daylight kind of stole their thunder. So I think it's going to have to impress in order to do as well.
Well, you see, I honestly think it might do a little bit better because, as far as I know, Dead by Daylight is a PC-only game.
Yeah. Oh, that is true.
And Friday the 13th is coming out on Xbox One, PS4, PC, so, I mean, it's going to be a multi-plat deal.
Yeah, but I think it's going to have to impress in order to take a bunch of people from Dead by Daylight.
See, and I saw the footage they had from E3, which was showing how the Jason, it was showing how both sides play. And I kind of like how they were able to work in some of the powers that Jason seems to have in the movies.
Uh-huh.
So you technically are able to teleport, but you cannot teleport in direct fucking... I mean, So you basically are only able to teleport if nobody sees you do it. And you can only teleport to a spot where you're not in direct eye... I mean, where you're not in line of sight with somebody else.
So you basically... Slender.
Kind of. So you basically are able to, like, teleport, like, around a fucking corner if somebody runs, and then boom, you're, like, right there, just like in the movies. He apparently also has like sonar, so if you happen to like step on a fucking like branch or something, you will actually see like a little fucking ping on your screen approximately where that person is. He also has kind of sort of like a like X-ray vision kind of thing where he can see general shapes inside of cabins before he goes in. And then they showed a little bit of the camper side of it, or the counselor side.
That's the point that I'm honestly more interested in.
And you're able to, and you essentially are able to set fucking traps.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, or you are able to also, like, you're also able to set up fucking, like, distractions. Mm-hmm. So you see this person run into a cabin, and then they go and they, like, crank on a fucking radio. And it's blasting like, a hair metal song from, like, part 4 or 5. And the person then opens up a fucking window in order to make it look like they basically ran into the cabin, and then they jumped out of the window.
Yeah.
And then they hid underneath the bed.
Yeah.
Thinking perhaps that the player as Jason will just think that they went out the window. So Jason then kicks open the fucking door. And mind you, it then cuts to first person. Sit down and watch this. It cuts to first person when the player is underneath the bed.
Uh-huh. And
so Jason kicks open the fucking door, and it's just creepy watching. And he just watches. He slowly.
I do have to. Can you send me that trailer? Or send me that video?
After the stream, yeah.
Obviously, yeah. I do. I want to see how it's. I want to see how it's come along because I saw it when it was still in its. When they had just basically gotten the license, and they're like, "All right, we had this idea for a game, and we just got all the permissions to go through with it.
And we now have the fucking license.
Yeah.
Savini is going to help us with the kills. Oh, and it also shows a couple of the kills.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't actually show, like, any of the big kills. Like, it doesn't fucking show, like, the, like, sleeping bag kill or any of that shit.
Oh.
But it does show one where he basically, like, slams them face fucking first into a large boulder and then stomps on their back and, like, snaps their spine in two.
Ooh.
It's so fucking cool.
So, pretty much the way that I see it is it's going to be... actually, of all things, really, Aliens versus Predator type of, like, gory cinematic kills.
I actually... Sort of, yeah.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see more games that have that have interesting things that I can watch and go, oh, that kind of hurt.
And I do have a similar game. I still haven't had a chance to play it because I keep begging my viewers who have PlayStation 4s, besides the fact to add me on PS4, also pick up this game because it's dirt fucking cheap. We can stream it as a big group. Evolve.
Oh yeah.
Friday the 13th is kind of sort of like.
Have you seen what happened to Evolve?
No. What happened to Evolve?
At least on PC, it's going free to play.
Oh, has it?
Yeah. The community's very split. The new community is like, hey, this is actually pretty cool. And the old community is like, I fucking paid for this game. What the fuck?
Well, dude, I mean, that actually was like the same thing that happened with TF2.
Yeah.
TF2 went fucking free to play, and everyone who had paid for it were all pissed off because all the people who were getting it free to play were also getting the fucking, like, tattered fucking top hat to run around with. You know, that gruesome fucking gibbous or whatever the hell.
Yeah, the ghastly gibbous.
Or the ghastly gibbous, that's it. So let me see if we got any other questions up here. Just a heads up, EDF 4.1 is coming to PC. Well, that's real nice. I don't need it on PC. I've already got it on the PS4.
What's EDF?
Earth, it is short for...
Oh.
It stands for Earth Defense Force.
Oh, yeah. Earth Defense Force, yeah.
You get to blow up fucking insects. Real big ones. And I also have that one. So, just sort of a heads up to everyone who has a PS4. If you want to join me on, let's see here, Evolve, Godzilla, EDF, Payday. I've got fucking Payday 2. I've got a bunch of other games. By all means, pick them up. Add me. We can totally stream. It will be a fun time. Worst trauma movie. I'm not sure if you've watched any trauma movies, Duck.
I've seen a couple.
Alright.
I was like, worst?
Yeah.
I don't know, actually, honestly.
Well, I guess worst out of the ones that you've seen. Because I honestly probably couldn't tell you the all-time worst, but I could tell you the worst out of the, 20 or so I've seen.
No, I'd go for you first, because I think I've only seen, 3 or 4.
Worst one I've seen, and it was thanks to my series, Rock and Roll Space Patrol Action is Go.
Huh.
And yes, that is the full title of it. Speaking of, I actually got a comment on that fucking video. The person claimed to be the son of, I believe it was the son of the director.
Huh.
Essentially apologizing for the movie. His dad thought it would be funny. Or something similar to that. I'm like, well, it really wasn't funny.
I mean,
it was sort of cute that they were trying to do a sci-fi movie on a budget of nothing. So spaceships are just really shitty old cars, driving fucking down a country fucking road, and the planets are just fields in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. But still, it sucked.
Oh, God.
Now, if we were talking about ones that don't fucking look like they were shot in somebody's backyard on a budget of $50, at that point, then the worst would go to fucking Igor and the Lunatics, simply because that one didn't have a whole lot of plot and the acting was shit, so.
I guess, technically, again, this is very much a technical thing because...
to how few you've seen.
Yeah, it would be Cannibal the Musical, but I love that. I like that movie. I thought it was a great movie, but...
The sky is blue and all the leaves are green.
Yeah,
yes.
there's Cannibal the Musical, Tromeo and Juliet, and Poltergeist.
See, and out of those three, I'd almost have to put Tromeo and Juliet at the bottom, personally.
I loved it just because...
Mind you, all three of those are great.
Yeah.
So...
Exactly, that's kind of the problem, is you get 3 good things, you gotta pick the worst of the best. I love Tromeo and Juliet just because of one line.
Which line?
That I might be the hand upon that cheek, that I might kiss that cheek. that made it. I had to pause the movie and laugh because I was done. I was like, you win. You have made the best Romeo and Juliet movie ever.
They have, yes. And it's it has everything that a good trauma movie should have. It has fucking Lemmy, it has the famous car flip, it's got Nazi fucking references, it's got everything you could ask for.
It's got the worst of the worst puns that just make you sigh in disappointment that you laughed at it.
It has fucking everything that a good movie directed by Lloyd fucking Kaufman needs.
And actually, speaking of, I don't know if you're a fan. Are you a fan of the Achievement Hunter guys at all?
I honestly don't think I've watched enough of their stuff to really make a comment.
Well, so recently they started doing a Mystery Science Theater style series, and they did Tromeo and Juliet. And they got Lloyd Kaufman to be a part of it, and I really just want to, do their sponsor program to be just to see that, like for like $5 a month. Like I will put in $5 just to watch that.
See, and I actually have tried to get Lloyd Kaufman to come on to this stream.
Oh yeah.
A little bit of a story about that. I actually had sent I had sent Lloyd Kaufman a message because I found his email because he actually had it like somewhere. I don't quite remember on what site his. Oh yeah, I believe it was just on the Trauma site, and it was for booking Lloyd Kaufman. And I no wait, correction. I had messaged him directly on Facebook. I found Lloyd Kaufman's like fan page on Facebook. Asked him if he would want to, if he would want to take part in a stream, because that just sounds like it would be a fun time. And he said, "Sounds awesome. I want you to please just get a hold of. I want you to get a hold of my handler, his handler, his manager, whatever he was calling him at the time." And I got a hold of him and was talking to him, and I told him, it's going to be on. It is going to be on like Friday nights. I'm not quite sure how Mr. Kaufman's schedule is. But if he is ever free on a Friday night, by all means, I would absolutely love to have him on. And I never got a response back.
Yeah. Man. Because I don't know what it is about Lloyd Kaufman, but he just seems like the best director who has ever lived. Because he's not, he does like press things, but he does like stuff, like small people things. Yeah. Like I don't know if you ever watch Your Movie Sucks.
I tried to once, was not a fan.
Oh, you're not a fan? Okay. Oh, I love him. I think Adam's a great guy.
It could easily be though that I picked a bad episode because it was his fucking review of After Earth, where he spends the first 5 minutes just harping about how they seem to not make a big deal of the fact that it was directed by M. Night fucking Shyamalan. And it's like, well, certainly, I mean, and Shyamalan has made all these movies, you would think that they would, want to really fucking talk about him, but, no, his name is just buried in there, and nobody honestly gives a shit, and blah, 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 da-da-da-da-da, M. Night fucking Shyamalan, Last Airbender, da-da-da-da-da. It's like, dude, I don't give a fuck who directed it. I want to hear why the movie sucks.
Oh, yeah.
And just simply the fact that Shyamalan directed it is not enough to justify its sucking.
I don't think he was talking about the fact that M. Night Shyamalan directed it made it suck. It was the fact that it was amazing that nobody knew that M. Night Shyamalan directed it.
But everybody knew that M. Night Shyamalan directed it.
Oh, I didn't.
They just fucking didn't make a huge deal of it in the press because that was what they used to do with his movies. They used to always throw his name like front and center, from the fucking dude who gave you, The Sixth Sense and Signs. Comes this. So.
But I think this was honestly like the first instance where that didn't happen. Because.
True, but then again, I mean, that also though was because the last movie that had his fucking name on it, mind you, it wasn't him as a director, it was him with story credit, was fucking Devil, and we all saw how badly Devil turned out.
Yeah. And, but like, I mean, even Avatar.
Or you mean The Last Airbender? Yeah. Let's see. Have you seen Deathgasm?
Nope.
I've never even heard of it. Or correction, I may have heard of it, but I don't know what the fuck it is. Let's see. Any other comments here? DP's asking if this is going to be a regular show again, and I'm probably not going to make it a regular weekly show. I do happen to remember I did a stream last month, and I'm doing this one here. I'm actually kind of happy just making it a monthly thing, just because that seems to, work. It just seems to work out a little bit better, because I think that one of the issues with doing it, weekly was the fact that I would get hit with the same questions every single week. Or people would want to focus heavily on whatever the hell the current flavor of the second drama is, and we'd have to talk about that for 5 minutes, and that gets kind of old. So if we go monthly, now there's less risk of that. And plus also it then gives me a chance to do shit on my Fridays instead of always having to commit to doing a live show. I can just say, hey, I'm just going to sit
bi-weekly.
I was thinking about maybe going like bi-weekly, but I just sort of
Yeah.
want to stick with like monthly temporarily.
For now, yeah.
So yeah. DP is saying that if I ever need a guest, let him know. Sure thing, dude. I also probably bring you on next month, as long as you're available. So, someone's asking if we've talked about the new Ghostbusters yet. We kind of did. Again, I kind of sort of have hopes for it. I don't have high hopes necessarily, but I honestly think that this new Ghostbusters movie is going to be at least watchable. I honestly am not going to say that it's going to be good, because I don't think it's going to be good.
See, and I'm pretty much the exact opposite, where I think it's going to be it's going to bomb. It already looks like it pretty much is.
I don't know, man. I mean, we just sort of have to wait for the box office to come in for this
Yeah,
weekend.
I say bomb, but then again, the Warcraft movie came in below. What was it? Sinister 2.
Yeah.
So
However, though, Warcraft also had already made its budget like twice over in China.
In China, very true. But yeah.
And Nick is finally here.
Oh,
Let's
hello.
Get his ass in here. I'm still trying to remember why in the hell his avatar is hipster Hitler there, but it's neither here nor there.
Hipster Hitler? What? And for me, it's some dude looks like he's playing a Wii.
Oh, because with me it looks like Hitler with like aviator shades and a douche smile.
Oh yeah, there's a Persona 2 enemy that's basically just Hitler with some aviator shades.
So hipster Hitler, gotcha.
Yeah.
Hipster.
I don't know if is that a hipster style? I honestly couldn't tell you.
I don't know. I guess honestly, it's just that like the general fucking look of the Hitler hair and everything just sort of comes off as hipsterish to me. I don't know why.
And as much as I hate to do this, hey Nick, you super available at the moment? Because can you take over for me?
Oh yeah, I can. I think I can.
Good. All right. I gotta run out to my car.
All right.
All right, dude. Gotcha.
So I'll be back in a few.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Woo.
Let's see.
Any interesting questions tonight?
Well, let's see. We were talking about fucking Pokemon fucking Go at the fucking like top of the show.
I actually have not played Pokemon Go yet.
Really?
We're actually gonna get new phones tomorrow, so I've just been waiting for us to get new phones before I commit to playing.
All right. So then I should ask: have you fucking decided which friggin' team you're gonna join when you get to level 5?
I don't think I've settled on which team I want to get. All I know is I don't want to join Valor.
Good man, good man.
So I'm leaning a little bit more towards Instinct, just because Zapdos is my favorite of the 3 birds.
Yeah, see, and you honestly then would join me and Moose on the fucking winning team. So
that'd be great. Who's on Valor? And fucking Josh.
Josh and Duck.
Losers.
I said that to Duck too when he said he'd pick fucking Valor.
The Go craze is pretty freaking crazy.
I know. I honestly had no idea it was going to blow up as much as it did. That really just surprised me.
Yeah, it's like I don't think there's ever been a video game of any sort that has blew up my Facebook page than Pokemon Go has.
That is incredibly well. See, and that also is because everybody of like all fucking age groups and shit are playing it.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh yeah,
know,
like
so
there's a couple of friends who have never touched a Pokemon game before, and they're hooked on Go.
Yeah, see, I actually have a coworker. He actually is one of my supervisors. He's never played a Pokemon game before, and he has been playing it. I'm jealous as fuck because he caught one of my favorite Pokemon. I haven't even seen the damn thing in the fucking wild yet.
Oh yeah, which Pokemon?
Aerodactyl.
Ah,
Took him 15 Pokeballs to catch it.
I think the only problem I have with from what I've seen of the game so far is, well, they've said it. They mentioned that they're going to bring trading and battling with friends in an update, and that just kind of bothers me a little bit. Like, does it bother no one else that two of the biggest staples of the franchise weren't in the game from the very beginning?
Well, I mean, it kind of. I can kind of understand why, because they first honestly just sort of wanted to make sure that the servers wouldn't constantly crash. That hasn't really worked out. The servers have been kind of iffy.
Yeah. Claire has been trying to play the game, but she's rocking a iPhone 5 right now, so it's not really running so well. It's been crashing even when the servers are actually working decently.
Oh, well, see, dude, and you honestly, though, are going to run into crashes even when the server's working. I mean, because I actually have a Galaxy S5, and it works fine. The only issue is that sometimes, and I get really pissed off with this, I will be catching a Pokemon, and the fucking thing will, and the game will, and the game will quietly crash immediately after the Pokeball has landed. So it hasn't had a chance to rock. I haven't had a chance to catch it. So it's like I just wasted 4 fucking Pokeballs on a goddamn Eevee, and now I'm never going to get it. I have to reset the game, and I lose all those balls.
That's what she's been trying to do, because she wants all of the evolutions on her team.
Yeah, see, I have one. I was able to fucking evolve my Eevee into a fucking Vaporeon, which I was pretty happy with. So.
Which one out of the 3 original evolutions, which would you say is the best one?
Let me think. It was Vaporeon, Flareon, and
Jolteon.
Jolteon would be my favorite. In fact, I honestly was kind of sort of hoping for Jolteon to be the one I get, because I honestly had fucking theorized that you would get the fucking that you honestly would get the fucking Eevee fucking Lucian based on your team.
But it's based off of what move they happen to have. Yeah,
it's based on whatever move they have, and I'm just too fucking lazy to look into which one is which, so fuck it.
I mean, I don't know, I guess I'm not really big of a fan of the have to catch, every single type of Pokemon, the same type of Pokemon to evolve them.
Well, see, and I honestly don't mind it. It's just that there are certain cases where the number of fucking candies you need to evolve, because you get 3 candies every time you catch a fucking Pokemon. It's just that the number needed is insane.
Ridiculous. Oh yeah, especially with the 3 starters, it's hard to find those in the wild.
Because I heard somebody talk about how you can catch fucking Magikarp. But in order to evolve them, you need 200 Magikarp candies.
Jesus Christ.
That means you need to catch quite a few Magikarp to get those 200 candies.
What is that, roughly 60 Magikarp?
Well, let's see, because you get fucking 3 of them, because you get fucking 3 candies for just catching it. And if you then transfer it to Professor, and if you transfer your extras to Professor, I think it's fucking Professor Willow in the game, he will then give you 1 extra. So basically you get 4 candies for every extra Magikarp you get. So you need to catch, for about 200 candies, you need about 50. Roughly.
I've noticed some people are iffy on, some people have kind of complained that it's only focusing on Gen 1, but
well, that's
honestly,
kind of the point. You want to start with Gen 1, and then if it takes off, which it kind of has, if it stays this popular, then you throw in the Gen 2.
That's where I was going. And plus, it doesn't bother me a whole lot, because Gen 1 is, call me an old fag all you want, but, Gen 1 is still my personal favorite of all the Pokemon gens.
Well, yeah, dude, and that also is because we were fucking raised on Gen fucking 1. It's as much, honestly, as I like Pokemon, say, fucking, Seviper and shit, it's Seviper doesn't hold a candle to Arbok. It's just...
Oh, yeah.
Arbok is the shit.
I almost want to say it's because, I don't know, Pokemon now are just kind of... they're over-designed a lot. There's a lot of, maybe trying hard to put in too much detail in these Pokemon designs where, Gen 1 and 2, they just kind of kept it simple. It's a fucking blue crocodile. We're not trying to recreate the wheel here, but, where did we go from, orange dragons to Pokemon that can manipulate time and space and are practically gods?
No, dude. There is God.
A god,
Arceus is Pokemon God.
I feel like that's
and fucking depending on who you talk to, Darkrai apparently is Poke's Satan, but I do not buy that because if anything, Darkrai is more like the Pokemon version of Freddy fucking Krueger because he fucks with your dreams.
I don't know. I feel like the Diamond and Pearl generation. What was that, Gen 4?
Something like that.
I feel like that one was they were very try hard in a lot of the Pokemon design. The reason I'm liking like some of the Sun and Moon designs because it feels like they're kind of going just back to the basics of like Pokemon designs. More simple looking Pokemans like like. I guess the grass owl isn't like setting the world on fire, but it's a cute little design.
All right, so I'm just gonna jump back into some of the questions.
Alrighty.
Here, so next question up is your favorite Motorhead song.
Like "Devil in My Head."
Okay, so that one there is your favorite Motorhead song?
Yep, that's my favorite.
Oh, boy. I'm really sort of, like, torn between a couple of choices. Like, Sacrifice usually kind of ranks up there amongst some of my favorites. This here I know is going to sound incredibly fucked up, but have you ever heard Motorhead's cover of... It was their fucking cover of Louie Louie?
Yeah, I like that.
Louie! God, I love that, man. That was awesome.
I didn't want to say Ace of Spades because, like, no fucking shit. That's like everyone's go-to Motorhead song.
That is everyone's like, and as much as I dislike WWE now, and as much as I can't stand fucking Triple H, he did have a song that Motorhead made for him, and it was called fucking King of Kings. I really liked that one. I really liked fucking King of Kings. I also like the song they did for. I really like the song Motorhead did for what the fucking stable's name was, Evolution. The song was called fucking Line in the Sand. It was amazing. I see a line in the sand. God, I love that song. And somebody here is joking about how Poke Gods were a thing in Gen 1. That is what fucking... And that is...
Was it that?
What Missing No was. Missing No was not a fucking god. Missing No, I think, was like Poke's Satan because it fucked over your game. I honestly, though, kind of sort of wish that as a fucking goof, you could actually have caught Missing No in Pokemon Go. That would have been so fucking fun.
That would have been cool, yeah. Maybe they'll do an update, you gotta find the glitch or something.
But you see, I honestly am happy that we have Gen 1 because it would really suck if you were sitting there and you were like sitting at home and you were tracking the Pokemon and it's like, oh look, it's just fucking the sentient fucking garbage bag.
Oh yeah. Or fucking gears.
Or
pretty sure there was a honeycomb Pokemon at one point.
Or like Clinky, the little fucking like key ring.
God damn it.
And yes, there also was a honeycomb and a gear. But you see, though,
wasn't there an ice cream one, or what? Was I having a stroke when I saw that?
Yes, there actually is a fucking like ice cream cone Pokemon.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I just can't think of the name. But dude, I mean, at least though those are a little bit better than, hey, look, it's Diglett. There's just one. And the motherfucking evolution is that we're just gonna like Frankenstein 3 of them together. Fuck you. Magnemite. Look at that, guys. Magnemite. He looks sort of cool. I am just gonna need 2 more, and I'm gonna need 2 more and a hot fucking glue, gun, and we are going to evolve this bitch. Look at this thing over here, guys. It's a 2-headed. It is a fucking 2-headed fucking ostrich. Now watch as I stitch this third head on there. I'm just gonna stitch this third head on there. It's gonna be totally good.
Let's take some rubber cement. We'll put some 2 other Magnemites on it, and there you go. There's your evolution. Fuck you.
I mean, you see, look, and guys, and Pokemon is cool, but goddamn, you can always laugh at some of this. You want to know? And do you want to know what I want? A Pokemon in blackface. Did you dance for me there, Jinx?
Haven't they modified her character design a lot over
They-
the years to
the only
like
thing,
kind of
dude,
remove the
the
blackface?
Oh, dude, like the only thing that they did is they made her skin purple.
Oh,
Doesn't help.
doesn't really help. Pretty sure that makes it worse, honestly.
I'm actually hoping I can run into like a Porygon or like a Ditto or something out there, because Porygon would be a fun one to have, I think.
Because it could potentially give you seizures.
No, because to be fair, it was Pikachu that gave the viewers seizures.
That's true.
See? Yeah. You have to know this shit. Alright. What other questions have we got here? Not seeing a lot of other questions. Let me scroll up a touch. Maybe I'll find something here. Another person was asking about the Friday the 13th game. I guess that we can ask you, Nick. What are your thoughts on the Friday the 13th game?
It looks pretty rad. I saw some of the newer E3 footage of it, and it actually looks really, really fun.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now, I know, like, terrible comparison, because you could argue that you're comparing the real thing to, like, some Chinese knockoff, but have you seen anything of Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, see, now the funny thing about that is that is that Duck and I were actually just talking about that, about how that thing pretty much came in and like stole a whole lot of Friday the 13th's thunder.
Mm-hmm. I heard it's a really fun game though.
Oh yeah, and I honestly think that Friday the 13th is going to have the edge for, if for no other reason than simply because it's going to be a multi-platform title.
That's true.
Like that, I think is what's going to save it. Of course, also, we could also have said the same thing about Mighty Number Knockoff, and yeah.
Oh god, I still cannot believe that they used a really old version of the Unreal Engine 3 solely because they wanted to try to make versions for the 3DS and Vita. And guess which versions are missing in action right now?
Oh shit, man.
I don't know what was the point of that, because like the 3DS and Vita do not support like Unreal Engine of any kind.
And what I'm wondering is, why the fuck are they making a version for the Vita?
Apparently the Vita has like a really high attachment rate. Like yeah, hardware doesn't sell very well, but apparently software like skyrockets every time a game fucking goes up on the Vita.
In the rarest instance that a game comes out on.
Yeah.
I mean, because I actually owned a fucking Vita for like 2 weeks. No, correction, it was actually more like a month and a half. And there was nothing on the fucking system. It's like I think I was more downloading like older shit. Like I was downloading like Persona on the PS1. And it kind of sucked. The first one, I mean. The first fucking... I don't know anything about the sequels.
Oh yeah, like the first one's kind of rough, but that's just, because it's the first game of the series. I'm sure the weebs in the comment section would probably suggest like, oh, play 3 or 4 or something.
Or they'll mention that Persona was a spin-off of the
Shin Megami Tensei.
of the Mega 10 games. So, it's like you have to, sort of like factor in that, and it's like, well, that means then they had the whole franchise to work with, and and Persona was just a bad spin-off, and blah blah blah, and you should really be playing Digital fucking Devil, Saga on the GBA, and blah.
I'll play what I want, god damn it.
I don't fucking care about your little kiddie games on the fucking GBA. I wanted to play Persona because it sounded cool, and the soundtrack was okay.
I don't want to play fucking Devil Summoner. Like, if I wanted a shitty ending, I just go fucking play Star Ocean 3. Wait, Steven, Moose isn't in the chat, is he?
I don't think so. And I honestly could just picture him just driving over to your place and crucifying you for speaking ill of Star Ocean.
I like the Star Ocean games. Like, I liked 2, like the remake of 2 for the PSP.
So yeah, PlayStation fucking Vita. They really wanted to do Mighty Number 9 on the fucking Vita. Jesus Christ.
that game was quite the train wreck, and I was sad, and I'm sad to admit that I donated $100 to that Kickstarter campaign. Yeah, well, I mean, I could make up excuses like,
Okay,
wait. This was at the height of the.
What perks came at the $100 level, Nick?
A fucking T-shirt. And
that's it.
No, I mean, like, I got the game and like whatever, like bonuses.
Like a copy
in
of the game and a thank you and a fucking thank you on the website and a T-shirt.
What? Great, thanks, Inafune. Like, I could make up excuses like, oh, this was at the height of the, fuck Capcom reigns and everything. No, I got into the hype. Funny thing though is that was actually the first gift that Clara got for me because I had the actual cash, but I didn't have it in my account, so I couldn't donate to it. So she got that tier, and I just kind of paid her back. But still, like, it was a nice little gift, and I don't tear into the game too hard for that reason alone. But that doesn't change the fact that the game was pretty, at its absolute best, it was just fucking mediocre.
Yeah, but dude, it raised $4 million in both fucking Kickstarter funding and PayPal begging, and that's the best you got for $4 million.
Oh yeah. It's the prototype footage that they showed actually looked a lot better than the final game, so I'd like to know where that $4 million went.
And as much, honestly, as people have, complained about that motherfucking trailer, like Weeaboo on prom night or whatever the fuck. Says the marketing for the game that outright plagiarized Astro Boy. Well, Astro Boy's not a popular anime anymore. Astro Boy's like a product of the fucking 70s. It's kind of sort of like fucking like Speed fucking Racer and Cyborg fucking 009. Nobody gives a shit about this crap anymore.
We're talking Mighty Number 9 here?
A little bit.
Duck.
Uh-huh. Are you ready to laugh?
Yeah.
I want you to guess who pledged $100 to that fucking thing. Nick.
In hindsight, there was a lot of other Kickstarters I wish I pledged $100 to. I could have pledged that $100 to Shantae or Shovel Knight.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever pledged $100 to a game, to any Kickstarter. I think the most I've ever pledged was $50, and that was to get a signed Blu-ray of Return to Nukem High 2.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, I believe, a signed poster. I'm still waiting on the signed poster and the signed Blu-ray because Lloyd Kaufman's still working on Return to Nukem High 2.
I pledged $80 or $70 to Plague Inc., the board game.
Nice.
I'm really excited about that, and because I pledged it, and you got the special starter or the early backer box, which is how you've played Plague Inc., or at least you know about it.
Dude, I've played Plague Inc.
And you know how the theme is that red, the red with the biohazard symbol.
Yeah.
It's the early backer one is black and gold.
Ooh.
And it's really pretty.
See, and I also recently threw money at Secret Hitler when that was looking to get funded. And
speaking of Hitler.
Yes, speaking of Hitler. And I threw $40, I think, at Secret Hitler, and that got you the game in a fancy wooden fucking box and shit.
Oh.
And they, I believe, are getting ready to ship those out in maybe I think it's the next week.
Oh.
So I'll have a copy of Secret Hitler right here.
I forgot. I pledged to Iron Sky 2.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
See, and I actually kind of sort of missed out on that one.
I did the $40 or $60 that got me a T-shirt.
Did it also get you a Blu-ray?
I think so.
Good, because it would have kind of sucked if you threw that money and the only thing that you got was a shitty T-shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it came with a movie and a T-shirt, and I was like,
I blew $60 on Kickstarter and all I got was a thank you on a website and this shitty T-shirt.
Hey, I don't know, dude. I like the T-shirt.
It could be worse. You could be Star Citizen backers.
Yeah, I feel really sorry for every Star Citizen back. Well, actually, one of them, I believe, I believe he actually said he went to the fucking. I believe he said he went to the fucking attorney like general, and
Yeah.
I believe he pledged like $25K,
Yeah, he got his money
and
back.
he's getting his money back.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah.
was in their original policies. Like they said, like, oh, if our development goes over 18 months, like you're entitled to a refund.
Oh yeah, but dude, it's like that. Honestly, I mean, like I really don't think that they were expecting a dude who kicked in $25K to, demand it back.
I mean, what?
I'm
Like-
surprised though. Like, so is there any update on Star Citizen? Like,
It's coming. You're
Yeah,
not gonna
okay.
get a date. It's they.
because like
The Duke
I
Nukem fucking forever policy. It's done when it gets done.
like I have a buddy who was really into it, and he pledged. I think he pledged about the same amount. I think he pledged like 2,500 plus.
Well, this guy
He
pledged
bought it-
25,000.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's right. No. But yeah, he pledged like 2,500, and he also like basically he paid for me and a couple of his friends.
Oh Jesus!
Like so, like he did like like a low tier package, like the $30. But he gave it to me. He gave it to a buddy of mine and another friend.
Like Star Citizen is like another good example of like Kickstarter money used wrong. Because like what do they say? Like we're gonna make a persistent universe. We're gonna add pirating and trading and like people just wanted a fucking Wing Commander game. Like is that really that hard to do?
See, I honestly don't think I have ever run into a problem Kickstarter. Like almost all of them I have like thrown in for are ones that these people know what the fuck they're doing. Like I honestly have kicked into like 3, I believe. Yes, it has been about 3 of fucking like Farsight Studios pinball Kickstarters for the fucking pinball fucking arcade. And I'm still waiting on them to release fucking Doctor Who, but still, I got fucking Twilight Zone on time. I got Star Trek on time. I got the Addams Family on time, so I'm gonna be getting Doctor Who probably within the next like month, I think.
Let's see, what else have I pledged to? I did Iron Sky. I think it was on Indiegogo, but it's all the same thing.
I pledged to Shantae Half Genie Hero, but
Exploding Kittens. I was so happy about that one, man. That game's a blast. That pun was not fucking intended, I should mention. I honest to God did not mean for that.
Let's see.
we got Exploding Kitten as one of our wedding gifts, but we haven't played it yet.
I actually, guys, am going to step away for a sec, so just...
Town of Salem is another game that I donated to, which I know Emer has played the shit out of. Have you, Nick? You ever tried it?
What is it?
Town of Salem?
No, I don't believe I have.
Really? Huh.
I don't remember.
Have you ever gone? Back in the old MySpace days, like the Mafia game.
Oh God, yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
that.
that's what it is. It's honestly that, except done in like a little a little silly art style and just in old schooly town instead of like old school like Pilgrim style town.
I mean, I typically keep my eye on Kickstarters. I haven't really backed it, and you can thank Mighty Number 9 for soiling that for me.
Yeah, I get you.
So there's a couple of games I've been watching on Kickstarter. Like one of them being the remake of System Shock 1, which did get funded, so good for them. The other one is a game called Pray for the Gods. I don't know if you've seen that one.
Mm-hmm. I think I know the name.
Yeah, it's basically Shadow of the Colossus, but in an ice world, and honestly, that's good enough for me. Looks pretty bitchin'.
The only game that I've ever donated to that really hasn't come of anything is Shroud of the Avatar.
Nothing's came from that. Yeah, I thought that was.
Well, I mean, a lot of stuff has come from it, and they're just posting, like update and then update and then update and then update. Like they're adding in a bunch of things, but the game is just not done yet. And yeah, they're still just going through it. I'm just waiting for the game to be done. All of these beta tests and alpha tests and everything like that. I'm like, yep, you're good. I'm good with this. I'm just waiting for stuff to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like their one update. Like what? Update number 185. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I get it. This game is going to happen. It's right now. Oh, it's apparently it says Q3 2016. That's when they say it's going to come out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Huh. Oh, actually, apparently, release. Oh no, that's release 32 is going to be July 8th.
I cannot tell you the last time I have a PS4 collecting dust, but I cannot honestly think of the last time I actually played a game on it.
Let's see. Release 32, release 34. And yeah, so basically, by the looks of this, it's turning into early Minecraft.
Wait, what now?
Shroud of the Avatar.
Never heard of that one.
It's made by the guy who made. Come on, Nick, you know this.
Ultima.
Ultima, there we go.
Oh, you mean wasn't that Richard fucking Garriott?
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, like I pledged to that, and it's still not out yet. And that was like that was the first thing I think I ever pledged to, and that was a long time ago. Let's see, when did that end? Let's see, pledge, October 2014. So it's been a little while, but they've been coming out with persistent updates and that type of stuff. But I haven't really done anything. I haven't gotten anything out of it. Like I got early playtests and stuff, but I haven't really done anything. But the only other things I donated to were Town of Salem, which, yeah,
Fun game.
yeah, you know all about that.
Oh yeah.
I did.
I also have some funny fucking stories about Town of Salem.
Oh yeah.
Like I actually happen to remember what
There
was
they are.
technically my fastest fucking win. Cause God, who in the hell was I? It has been so long I cannot fucking remember the fucking roles now. The one where I think it was the Executioner.
Mm-hmm.
Where you basically have a target. That target has to be killed. It has
Yeah.
to be hanged. So, night one happens. Everything's all totally cool. And then day 2, I come out and go, I have a feeling that so-and-so here is Mafia. Call it a hunch. They lynched him without fucking question.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Gotta
God,
love those
I loved
days.
that. Just so great.
But I also donated to. Oh yeah, I donated to Face Rig, that the webcam.
Oh yeah, that webcam animation dealy.
But
Yeah,
but why though?
because I thought it was cute, and I've always wanted to do face cam shenanigans, and that was the first thing that I'd ever seen that anybody had a decent,
Decent one of those.
yeah, really a good one. That's really all I'd ever seen, because I always voice modifying things, and you can also make your own characters, that type of thing, make your own 3D models and put them in there. And I was like, yeah, I like the sound of that. That sounds really cool. Can you imagine if you had we were all playing D&D and we all made a 3D model of our characters? That'd be fun.
That I think would be kind of fun, yeah. By the way,
And then
that honestly I think is something that we should all do on a fucking stream at some point. Is
D&D.
we should all just fire up fucking tabletop sim and just play a session of D&D if anyone wants to DM.
Oh boy, tabletop sim would be difficult. I just prefer Roll20.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever used Roll 20.
Oh really?
See, I honestly I'm just so used to fucking tabletop sim just because because I use it for damn near everything else.
Yeah.
So
I think Roll20 is just a lot more simplistic. Don't get me wrong, tabletop sim is great for
Uno.
playing card games, but I think making sure precise movements and numbers would just be an annoying hassle.
By the way, speaking of things that you probably shouldn't try to play on tabletop sim, I picked up something on the PS4 recently that I remember a bunch of us tried to play on tabletop sim, and it wound up terribly because of just all the fucking little bits and bobs and pieces and shit.
What was that?
Oh, what's that?
Okay, so have you guys seen that it is a fucking collection on the PS4 and it's a fucking like Monopoly collection?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they actually had that on sale as part of their fucking like mid-year sale.
Oh.
I think it was for like $6.
Mm-hmm.
I jumped at it and I was looking at the fucking DLC and I wanted to cry because the DLC is all shit. Because it's like, oh, you can play fucking Monopoly and the board will be My Little Pony themed. Or it'll be Just Dance themed.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fucking dinger. What exactly is stopping me from just going into the custom board option on the thing and just making the shit myself? I mean, granted, I wouldn't have all of the little, like, props and shit, but I'd still have all the same properties, all the same values. Isn't that all that really matters?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, if anyone actually has that collection on the PS4, I would love to do a stream with my viewers, either playing a regular game or playing the card game that's on there. Monopoly fucking, I believe it's called like Monopoly Deal or Monopoly Go, which is really fun. So if anyone has it on the PS4, I would love to do a stream. The only issue is that you have to have a fucking Uplay account in order for it to work.
Oh,
so I had to
that's kind of a deal breaker.
So I had to fucking swallow my pride and sign up for Uplay.
Fuck that.
Which is good.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Which is good because I now know I have enough Uplay credits. If I sign up, if I sign into Uplay on Far Cry 4, I can get fucking RoboCop's pistol because that takes like 20 like Uplay units, and I've already got that.
See, that's one of those things where I think that
saddest thing I've ever fucking heard.
everybody hates on Uplay, but they're the only people that have done achievements right.
I guess, because you can take the, like, units and shit and, like, put them towards other things.
Yeah, like, you can get, pointless DLC that's just kind of silly for, next to nothing, or, a wallpaper.
I've always felt like Nintendo did the achievements right by, not fucking having them.
True.
But I like achievements. I like having goals to set.
Even though every game kind of already has a goal of beat the game.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like say Assassin's Creed, or they have the random collectibles thrown throughout the.
I don't know. I feel like that's just cheap replayability. Like if you like the game enough, that would be the reason you would want to 100% the game, not to try to get the achievements.
For instance, I also have Payday. I also have Payday 2 on the PS4. Lots of fun. And I actually got a fucking achievement simply through sheer dumb fucking luck because I don't have anybody else right now to play with, and I really don't want to play with fucking like randos in a game. That just sounds wrong. So I've been stuck with playing 4 Stores and Mallfucking Crasher because those are like the only 2 you can really effectively solo. And there's a fucking achievement where if you drill into a safe in 4 Stores and there's like a fucking gold friggin' bar in there, which I think is like a 1 in 50 shot, then boom, you get the fucking achievement.
And see, I think those are fun. I think those are great.
Yeah, it's just that I don't give a shit if it's a gold bar. All I care is how much money it's worth because I'm trying to collect 15,000 in shit.
Yeah,
and it matters even less when I have the thing that can hack into ATMs, and then I've got the 15K with interest in like 30 seconds.
And there's there's one on the bank where if you open up one of the safety deposit boxes and there's a picture of the Overkill staff like in hockey jerseys, and you can if you collect that's an achievement. It serves absolutely no purpose, but it's cute and it's cheeky and it's fun and
Speaking of Payday and banks, I have a fun story involving the first Payday and Nick.
Oh yeah.
So
is this what I think it is?
So it was me, Nick, Gardy, and Moose. Like the 4 of us would play constantly, and we were just rocking through the first. We were rocking through the first World Bank. With no issues. We were just absolutely just killing it time and time again. And at one point, we were rushing to go down these stairs. Nick, instead of going down the stairs like a civilized human being, decides to jump over the rail and go, "I'm Batman!" And he crashed on top of a shelf, and we couldn't pick him up because he wasn't technically on the ground.
Great.
So we basically had to leave him there, and he bitched about it the whole time.
The story I love is when we had to lay that we had to like burn a hole through the ceiling.
Oh yeah.
Like
we
right
have to
above
use
the
thermite.
safe.
Oh
And,
yeah, and like Steven like threw the like ammo bag into the thermite.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you were complaining about it, and I was
I'm all
I
out of
said,
ammo. I would really fucking love to do that, but the ammo's all on fire right now.
like, oh, the ammo's all on fire right now. First world problem.
First world bank problems.
Yes.
I would love to just go like hop back into Payday. I actually have the first Payday on Steam right now, but it's just
So do I.
hate-
It's just that I don't normally jump into it because I haven't been on Steam in a while.
like,
Why? Payday
I
2
hate
has
playing-
first world bank.
Does it? 'Cause
Yeah.
I
Oh,
have
shit, does
not
it?
seen it.
Yeah, on PC at least. I don't know if they do on.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the
Yeah.
updates on PS4.
Yeah, I know the
Overkill-
updates have been rolling out.
Overkill has been like fucking awful at updating the consoles, but I can't necessarily blame them. I know Sony and Microsoft's like
Well, it's also because
certifying.
well, it's also because you know it costs like
Yeah.
$19,000 to like get an update out.
It's fucking stupid.
Like,
Like, yeah,
it's like
I don't,
something-
I don't. Like, part of me doesn't want to blame Overkill for it because it's obviously Sony and Microsoft's like stupid policies that kind of keep them from constantly updating it. But
Well, see, it was also Starbreeze, which was also the other big problem that Overkill had.
I thought it was 505. Like it.
Or yeah, no,
It took-
it was, yeah, 505, yeah. 505 was the other
Okay,
big problem.
Isn't there like 3 fucking projects like Overkill's working on now? They're working on like a Walking Dead game. They're working on
Yeah.
Payday 3, and they're working on like some space version of Payday.
Oh, well, that sounds like that would be fun as shit, man.
Yeah, Overkill, they finally like bought Payday 2 away from all their
505.
yeah.
And
they're
they
like,
took
"Yep,
away the
we own it."
microtransactions.
So somebody in here just posted in the chat, Superman 64 is better than Mighty Nope 9.
It's close.
God, this is...
At least there's some like level of fun to be had
I am
in like making fun of the awfulness that is Superman
I am
64.
so going to regret saying this.
What's that?
If anybody really wants to see me stream Mighty number 9,
What are you doing? What are you doing?
if you
You're-
pay for the
There's-
if you buy,
There's no co-op in there, is there?
I don't think so.
Good.
If you oh, come
Actually, no.
on.
I think there is.
Shut
I
up.
think
No,
there's
there's
co-op
not.
mode.
Ducky boy.
Yeah.
Would you like to join me? It'll be just sort of like Aliens again.
I
except
was terrible at Mega Man games.
well, dude, so am I. So we can both suck together.
Well, you're in luck. This game's fucking easier than Mega Man.
So
Uh,
if anyone buys the digital PS4 version on Amazon and they send me the code, I'll live stream Mighty number 9.
Why don't
Good.
you just?
Okay, I can't touch it then.
Why can't you touch it on Steam?
Because
no.
I have no method of streaming it from Steam.
Not. What about OBS?
I have tried to stream gameplay with OBS. It doesn't work.
Computer just doesn't really have that great of
Computer
legs.
does not want to get along with that. No, so I've been stuck with using the PS4 streaming capabilities.
Huh.
I haven't really touched the PS4 in a while, and like I want to get into online games on the PS4, but I don't really want to pay for PlayStation Plus.
Well, I mean, PlayStation Plus sometimes is worth it. I mean, because you do get the free games every month, and
I mean, I feel like the last year and a half of like PlayStation Plus games have not been.
well, I
like,
mean,
that
I
good.
was totally stoked when I got that copy of Broforce for free. So I mean, I'm more than happy with that. God, what the fuck? Like last month's games, I know were complete shit because they were fucking gone home, and NBA 2K16. So, it's like, no, just fuck that shit.
So, a big old tired piece of shit in NBA 2K16.
Oh, I actually thought that you were going to say a tired piece of shit and Gone Home.
Oh, God. I mean, it's not that Gone Home is an awful game by any means. It's just that I feel like it gets too much praise for what it is.
And I'm trying to remember
Agreed.
what the hell the free games were for this month.
Wasn't it like Gone?
I'm just going to check if I can. Let me fire up the old PS4 here.
Like, even as far as like walking simulators like go, I feel like there are better games than Gone Home.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played
Stanley
a walking
Parable
simulator. Oh wait, I have played the Stanley Parable. That one is amazing.
Stanley Parable.
I love the Stanley Parable.
I liked Firewatch for what it was. I really enjoyed playing Firewatch.
See, and what I liked about the Stanley Parable, and this sort of goes back to fucking achievements, is I saw that one fucking achievement. It was like 9999999, and the achievement for that was you have to go to a certain door with a keypad and just start hitting 9 a lot. And I, honest to God, thought it was just going to be like that easy. And then the game's like, so, you really, really want this, don't you? Okay, I'm going to need you to go to office number 7B and tap on the door. I now need you to go over to the copy machine and tap on that. I need you to now go back to the keypad and hit 774368. It like walks you through like 32 different steps. Okay, and the 2 free games are Get Out of Hell and something called Fury, which looks like a kind of shit fighting game.
Oh, I heard. No, it's a combination of something like Ninja Gaiden and a bullet hell game.
I'll pass, thanks.
It looks fun.
Yeah, see,
yeah,
and I actually saw the trailer for it, and that's why I'm not touching it. Get Out of Hell, I downloaded because it's the only Saints Row game I've never played. Minus, correction, it's the only Saints Row game I haven't played minus the first one.
Really?
I may spout an unpopular opinion here, so the chat may lynch me for this. Am I the only one who feels like Saints Row 2 was the best game in the franchise?
Yes!
Loved Saints Row 2.
It was a good combination of, it was silly, it was goofy, but it also took itself, kind of somewhat seriously.
Now,
it was a decent balance. It took its Ritalin when it thought it needed to.
I have a question, because people have been talking about this.
Huh.
So, did you guys hear about this guy named Pat who gifted the Pope a copy of Undertale?
Don't you fucking
don't
you ever talk to me about Pat ever again.
My question is, who the fuck is he? I've never heard of this guy.
Okay, have you ever watched you never heard of Game Theory?
Oh my god, he's the fucking Game Theory
He's
jackass?
the Game Theory douche, yeah.
Oh dear fuck.
I guess I'm the odd one out here. I love him. I think he's
hate that
a great
guy.
human being.
Alright, so why did he gift the Pope a copy of Undertale?
Oh, why don't you tell him, Duck? Why don't you tell him? Why don't you tell him the reason?
Yes, I'm really curious why he gifted the Pope a copy of fucking Tumblr fail. Let's hear this.
Because his reasoning was, it was a game that was made by people for
That's
other
every
people.
game.
No, that was made. It was an indie developed project. It wasn't, a big studio, and you don't have to kill people.
Ooh.
You do know that all those things can also be put on the Stanley Parable, right?
Yeah.
I think you should have given him a copy of Hitman or something.
Because technically in Hitman you don't have the object isn't to kill everybody, you just kill select targets. And you actually get penalized if you kill anybody else.
Postal.
What he should have done is he should have gifted the Pope a copy of Hatred.
Why? Nobody likes that game.
Exactly.
Everyone made such a big fucking deal over that game. I'll never understand why.
Yeah, everybody made such a big deal out of it, and then it came out and nobody fucking cared.
Well, I think it also really helped that it came out pretty much on the same day as Steam's refund system. So you can kiss those curiosity sales goodbye there, developer of Hatred.
Yeah, see, and I actually had to get a refund on it because the game wouldn't play on my fucking laptop because it just didn't want to
Yeah,
fucking
especially
go.
early release it did have some engine problems.
Oh my god. Like, it was fucking... Like, I had literally everything turned fucking down to minimum. I had every single program and app on my computer shut off minus Steam, and that fucking game, I was still pulling down about 3 FPS. Somebody else here is saying that he should have given the Pope a copy of Honeycam Studios.
Oh, fuck off.
That game's boring. I prefer Honey Pop.
Or perhaps maybe he should have gifted the Pope, I don't know, Rayplay.
I was about to say that. Piece of shit.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What about that fucking... Okay, there's this visual novel game that's the entire world and other people are like these weird fucking Cthulhu looking monsters, except for this one girl protagonist that you're trying to woo.
Oh, I know it, but I don't know it.
Okay, he knows kind of what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So
Well, why not Hato Full Boyfriend?
So I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. So this fucking douche nut decided to give the Pope a game.
Yeah.
Because it was an indie game where you didn't have to kill people.
But you could, like, he does realize that you could.
Yeah, and it's the whole idea of monsters and humans coexisting type of aspect to it.
Well, that, though, is kind of sort of what the Catholic Church has been about for years, since they've been trying to hide all the diddling priests.
To be fair, that was the last Pope.
True,
I'll give
like,
new Pope credit. Or
still
credit is due.
I mean, like, who in the hell is the current Pope again? Is it Pope Benedict?
Yes?
Pope Benny there hasn't really done much, man. I mean, he goes, oh, yeah, we totally have a problem. I'm not planning on fixing it, but we totally have a problem.
You gonna do anything about it? Like, what the fuck?
Like, he honestly, though, is like a cool...
Wait, no, Benedict was the last one. He's the one that... Yeah. No, new Pope is good. He's the one who was like,
who the hell is the current Pope? I'm trying to remember the name.
Huh?
But there was this JRPG on the...
Yeah,
JRPG on the PS2 that actually had...
Pope Francis. It's Pope Francis. DP, thank you. It's Pope Francis.
There's actually a JRPG on the PS2 that had like a kid diddler as one of the playable characters. What the fuck was
Drakengard.
Drakengard, yeah. Should give him that one. That was like a legit good game,
the game that should have been gifted to Pope fucking Franny would have been Left 4 Dead 2. There's a character named after him, after all. Come on.
You know what the Pope can do to like piss off the entire world?
What?
He could say that the Big Bang was possibly a thing.
No,
like
say,
yeah, I was about to say, but didn't he already say that?
No, the 4 words: Griffith did nothing wrong.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
Berserk fans in the chat, anybody?
Yeah, dude. You actually are talking to one here, and Duck honestly hasn't had a chance to watch it yet.
As I say, no,
Nick, you are a horrible human being.
Have you seen like the Berserk game that's coming out?
I have heard about it, but I haven't seen anything from it. I just know I just actually know that it's using the Dynasty Warriors engine, because when Koei fucking Tecmo needs something, they're like, I don't know, throw it in, just throw it honestly in the fucking Warriors engine. It'll fucking work.
I don't know. I think it works for Berserk though.
Oh yeah, I mean it totally works for Berserk. It just seems sort of weird for like Fist of the North Star.
Oh god, yeah. Or One Piece to an extent. I don't know. I think that works.
Actually, that one there is sort of fun. I actually have One Piece Pirate Warriors 3.
Oh yeah, it's pretty fun.
Oh yeah, it is fun. I got it because they had it on sale as part of their.
Do they kind of do what the Naruto games do and just kind of do the story arcs in a kind of like a streamlined way of telling the story?
Kind of. Well, I honestly don't. I haven't watched One Piece, so I don't know what the proper order of everything is. Mm-hmm. I just happen to know that the game starts like, and Luffy was in this barrel and escaped from this one pirate, and now he's gonna free Zoro.
Oh, okay, so that's like the beginning.
Oh, yeah,
That's like that's Warriors 3?
Yeah. Well, dude, I mean, that though, dude, is because it's similar to how fucking, like, Dynasty Warriors, like, hits, like, it basically is kind of like how Dynasty Warriors tells pretty much the same story every time, because it's always Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Ah, okay.
Let's see. If Matt Pat wanted to do something good, he would give Anita Sarkeesian a fucking knife, welcoming her fucking liver.
If Matt Pat wanted to do something fucking good, he'd close down his channel.
Why? What's wrong with it? I don't understand this, like, irrational
I feel
hatred
like-
towards somebody who makes content.
I honestly
the,
don't know. I've watched like 3 of his videos, and he just came off as a douchebag. So
First of all, it's not irrational hatred. I'm not fucking hate the guy. I'm sure he's a nice dude. So first of all, jokes. Second, you know the last scene in Space Jam where he's like stretching on the other side of the court to get to the hoops. I feel like he's stretching I feel like that's for like most of the theories that he's trying to.
Yeah, I mean,
that he's
that's
trying
the
to
point,
go
though,
for.
is that they're made
Like-
to be silly and over the top because it's like, you're
Well,
talking
the
video
only-
game concepts in real life.
Like, I'm not saying like he doesn't like make some decent videos or even theories that like on certain occasions. Like I feel like his cash cow fucking the Five Nights at Freddy's videos are probably like his best videos, but I think that only works because the story in Freddy solely works off of theory.
But, like, I mean, like, you're talking about a series that also, like, went into, like, how much would a set of diamond armor cost? Like the Minecraft diamond armor. There's no real-world equivalent to that because it's purely fictitious.
well, I mean, if you're asking about the value of it, that means then you need to figure out exactly how many diamonds it would take to make such armor,
And
and then
that's
go with the
exactly
market
what he
value of
did.
Diamonds. It's like, you know,
There's a Twitter account called Game Theory Rejects that is fucking hilarious. I'd recommend following them.
That I can imagine is great.
Like, regardless of whether or not you actually, like game theory like that. Also, anyone who employs fucking Goomba Gaijin, I automatically dislike.
No?
what? Could you
I'm
please
not gonna-
put that in English, Nick? Because that kind of flew over my head.
I'm gonna leave it at that because I don't wish to give more context.
I have no real opinion towards the guy, so I'd still like to hear this.
Goomba Gaijin? What the fuck is that?
Gaijin Goomba, he's like just a guy who does he does, like, what is it, culture shock,
Okay.
where he just, like, explains cultural.
Weeb trash.
Yeah, pretty much. He goes into just like
trash.
yeah, because Indian culture is weeb.
Kind
Like,
of.
He was the
some
one who
people
went
think-
in.
I'm gonna post this in the chat.
Which,
and this
wait,
is-
are you talking about the Skype chat or the stream chat?
Stream chat.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, by the way, and Duck, I also sent you that trailer from E3. It's in the Skype.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I also
just gonna post that in.
I don't see anything, dude. Did you fucking post a link?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. It's telling me. I have no idea about.
Yeah, see, you can't post links because
Okay,
they
and
mark
I'm
the
not.
shit off as spam.
And I'm not. I'm not
Yeah, but-
in.
posted the Skype chat then.
Hold on, I have to fucking get the link.
You just
Through
had
the
the
Skype
link,
chat.
you scrub.
I'm not on. I'm not talking through Skype on the computer. I'm talking on the on the
gotcha.
iPhone. I don't have any microphones set up yet for the PC, so.
The fuck is? Oh. Yeah, Emer, I figured you'd like the image I posted of the Turkish government right now.
Oh yeah, I still have to look at that because I actually was because I still had it on MSNBC. They apparently just stopped stopped covering it. So
I'm just gonna leave this in here and walk away.
Yeah,
This is
pretty-
all I'm gonna.
Wow.
That's all I'm gonna say about Goomba Gaijin.
I am just looking at that title. I'm not clicking on that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Goomba got back. What?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah, and somebody else in the chat, Shadow, said twerking fucking Goomba. That's all you need to know.
He knows. He knows.
Oh, shit. So, Emer is friends with duck, goose, and moose. What other animals is Emer friends with? Well,
So you need to find now. You need to find a chicken, an eagle, and
Kari's fucking screen name is Firefox Kari. Does that count?
That's a browser.
It's still a fox, dumbass.
Fuck off. It's a magic fox. It doesn't count.
There is nothing. There is nothing that specifies that the fox is on fire.
it's a firefox.
It's a firefox, you dipshit.
Well, I mean, what if she was just trying to be all fucking like edgy and shit? Says, yeah, fire.
That's even worse.
Kari. Like edgelord fucking Kari, you know. Just... Somebody else here is trying to say that Razor Fist is technically a sexy beast. So, sexy beat, rather. But,
oh yeah, sexy beat.
Sexy beat. Sorry. I am really trying to think now if I have any other friends who have animal screen names. I can't think of any right off the top of my head. So let's see.
Okay, I don't know why this is reminding me of this, but one of the funnier moments that Emer did to like just make me laugh a lot. You remember that one guy? I can't even remember his name, but he tried to lighten up the chat by like talking about his sister.
Yeah. He talked about how his sister. Yeah, that was. Oh god, what the fuck? What the fuck was his name? And because everybody honestly was in like a bad fucking mood that day. Everyone was having like a bad day, and
he tried to lighten it up.
And I believe it was like Boomstick went, "Well, does anyone have any good news today?" And I can't think of the guy's name, but he's like, well, my sister just got out of the hospital. Boomstick's like, oh, well, that's always good. Yeah, she got into a knife fight at a Walmart. and then proceeded to tell the story about how his sister got into a knife fight at Walmart.
But that wasn't the funniest. That wasn't the funniest part. Like, the funnier part was, like, when you retold that. I think you were doing, like, some fucking Dick Clark impersonation.
Oh yeah, because David and I we had this. Okay, this right here is like a further story. Is David found the footage of when Dick Clark was on the was doing the fucking like New Year's Eve special after it like after his stroke, and he sounded all like goofy and shit, and he fucked up and he fucked up the the countdown. And I started doing that voice, and we had this joke that Dick Clark essentially had completely like lost his mind. And so normally it would be that David would ask about, what happened when it was fucking like such and such celebrity was on the fucking pyramid, because Dick Clark was host of the $25,000 pyramid, and I would just jump into it. It's like, well, I remember when Leslie Nielsen was on the pyramid in 1602. And I always hit up like a fucked up year, and that would always get Josh laughing. And I told the story about the knife fight in the Dick Clark voice.
I think that's like the third funniest like fake story conversation that we've had. Like, second for me was you can tell the chat this one, but the graveyard sword fight, and
that one there, honestly, dude, is like Josh's story. I would rather Josh tell it.
And I think the other one was like, literally, I don't know why this makes me laugh so hard, but literally anytime you fucking do a Brad Garrett impersonation.
Well, but then again, that was because Brad fucking Garrett's like one of the most deep. He literally sounds like one of the most depressed human beings on the fucking planet.
He is the voice for Lobo, though.
Yes, he is, which is awesome.
Oh.
Well, I also happen to remember a story. I thought it was funny as hell. A bunch of us were like, playing some, game, and Nick had a roommate who had this awesome fucking dog.
Oh no, it's my brother, and
it
he
was your brother's
is
dog.
bulldog puppy.
Yeah, and what in the hell was that dog's name again?
Dozer.
And we were sitting there playing, and all of a sudden Nick's like, "God damn it, stop chewing on the fucking wall!" And all of us in the game just start fucking busting out. We're like, "Nick, what the fuck are you talking about? Dozer's eating the wall, man! Stop chewing on the wall, you stupid!"
We had to pay. We never got the deposit back. We had to pay for that fucking wall.
Well, no shit, dude. Your dog ate. Well, his dog ate a piece of wall.
I'm very glad that we have cats in our apartment now.
Even though cats can be just as damaging.
Not our cats. They like the worst that they do is sometimes when they're maybe their litter box is a little bit full, they may just piss on clothes. But that's my fault for procrastinating.
At least they piss on the clothing. They're not pissing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, like that's kind of my fault for not cleaning up their litter box.
Because I actually once had a cat who even honestly, if the box was totally fucking clean, if he was just pissed off for whatever reason, like if we didn't give him the right kind of food, he would find this one spot on the wall and he'd piss on that spot.
Jesus Christ.
That spot had turned fucking yellow. It was disgusting.
I don't know.
Not clean it.
I don't know what's going on with my cat right now because Clara got some new catnip toys and my cat right here is just
your cat's fucking high as a kite, pal.
Fucking high as a kite. Spaghetti, what are you doing with your life?
Who's the cat spaghetti?
Want me to kill the mood?
Your sister got into a knife fight?
No, my cat died about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
I'm so sorry
yeah.
to hear that, man.
I'm gonna kill the mood.
So,
because
Nick,
I only wanted to change the subject for one incredibly ridiculous reason, though.
Okay, what's that?
So, because I haven't seen anybody talk about it in chat. So, who's heard of breeding season?
I don't know what that is.
Is that like the time when farmers get all of their cows to fuck so they get more calves?
Well, see, that's what it normally is, yeah, but it's also an adult game that was being funded on Patreon.
Elaborate.
On Patreon?
Uh-huh.
As opposed to Kickstarter. Okay.
Yeah. So it was something, like people paid month by month.
It could be worse. You could be donating to fucking John McIntosh's new Patreon.
I saw that. I think it was... God, who the hell made the video? I think it was Thunderfoot made the video on that. I saw that shit.
But so, yeah, breeding season, it was a game that was being funded, and it's pretty much furry fucking meets farm simulator.
What?
Now, see, the only reason why I bring it up is because I have, let's just say I have a couple connections in this world, and a lot of people are talking about it because it was bringing in $40,000 a month for the past few months.
These people.
Question.
Uh-huh.
Why do you have connections in such a dismal world?
Because I know a lot of people, alright?
Okay.
These people need it.
We could talk about some of my connections in different worlds across different places, and you'd be surprised some of the people that I know.
These people need to be deported.
But see,
Donnie's gonna build a wall about you.
You want to hear the great story though that happened?
What's that?
This game was being worked on by essentially two people, and they had a contract, and there was basically the lead programming guy and the lead art guy. Lead art guy said, "Yeah, I'm out." Took half the money and all of his art and left.
So it was literally like a fucking divorce.
Yeah, and then the lead programmer was like, "So yeah, this guy totally screwed me. He took all the money. He left without anything, or without letting me know, and he took all the files. So this game's totally canceled, totally done. It's never gonna happen. By the way, here's his information about here's where he lives. You can send him mail and tell him all what you think about it. And I'm not going to tell you the password for our Dropbox, but if somebody were to guess the super easy password, by the way, here's a hint, and I can't remember what exactly the message was.
And someone posted here, and then like 1.4 gigs of not safe for work sprites got leaked.
Yeah, and then he's like, yeah, so if somebody were to, go into the Dropbox and, take it all and post it on the internet, that'd be a shame, wouldn't it? But I wouldn't do something like that, because I'm not a dick.
Wow.
Where was I going with this?
Have you also been dipping into the catnip there, Nick?
No. Oh, I was going to make the whole chat sad by, let's see how much Bob Chipman is getting paid on his Patreon.
Oh dear sweet fuck, how much honestly is movie slob pulling down?
He is bringing in $3,212.
Wow. I sometimes have thought about opening a Patreon. Specifically because I've gotten messages from viewers who say, oh, I would just love to kick in and try to help you out with your series and all that. I guess the one thing that has always stopped me is that it would feel like I was taking advantage of my viewers.
I don't know, I think as long as you were just, producing content on
I totally would be. It's just that to me, it just sort of feels wrong for someone to essentially pay for free content. And that's kind of sort of what they would be doing. Is, they'd be sending like $50 a month, $10 a month, whatever the hell. For free shit I'm putting up on YouTube. It's like, unless I post the shit like a week ahead of time on some like private backup channel.
You can do that though. You can do things like that.
I mean, you could also just, advertise it as just a simple tip jar.
Yeah,
I totally could, and that actually is what I kind of thought about, is just using it as sort of like a tip jar. But then again,
that's what most people use it as. It's like, you aren't paying for the content, you're just paying me whenever I release content just at the same time.
Here, let me look something up here. Okay, well, wow, he's gotten a lot lower than he used to be. Fucking Spoonie Experiment is getting paid $1,000 and $1,820 a month for pretty much doing nothing.
Yeah, because he hasn't put up shit, and Christ only knows when. Like, he does fucking streams, but they're normally at like 2 a.m. when nobody's on.
And he doesn't do any commentary. Like, there's hours when he doesn't fucking say anything.
See, that's why, actually, I like the Your Movie Sucks guy. He only does it whenever he makes a video.
Mm-hmm.
So, he releases, like, small videos, and those don't count. Whenever he releases his major reviews, that's when he collects.
Yeah, see, and if anything, I would probably just set it up as a monthly, if for no other reason than if I were to put it up for, like, every major video. There's like 2 fucking videos a week, Pally. There's two fucking reaction and reviews a week.
Well, I mean, that's, and that'll depend on.
If I were to do, like, and that there's even more if I were to add in, like, the streams and the gameplay streams and what's in the box.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is you get to decide when it gets collected. Like, people will, say, like, I'll pay you $5 every time you release a reaction review, or, I'll give you $5 a month. That's up to you. Or, I'll give you $5 every single time you release a video.
Which reminds me of, speaking of series, Emer.
Yo.
Got a question for you.
Yeah.
How much would it cost to bring... I don't know if you still do this or not, because I honestly don't watch that much YouTube anymore. How much would it cost to bring back the Long Box Chronicles?
Jesus Christ! My God, like, so now the both of you have asked over the course of this stream. And I have gotten questions about it in the past, which is surprising, because I didn't think the series was that fucking popular.
Honestly, dude, I think you would be capitalizing on untapped potential in that market. Okay, there are people who legitimately believe that the go-to comic book reviewer is fucking Linkara.
I know, and that's terrifying because he doesn't review. He just
the people deserve
book to people.
People deserve like a legitimately good comic book critic.
And the thing is that I actually have seen some really decent comic book, like people on YouTube. Like, I have seen people who've done shit about Easter eggs in comics, and swiping fucking art, and like who exactly is the worst, and this isn't, and all of that sounds great. And if those people got more fucking attention, I honestly can't give you names because I'm not subbed to any of them. I just kind of sort of like stumbled into like a video here, a video there. And that's totally cool. It's just, I honestly think that the problem is so many people think that the like go-to style is Linkara's.
Yeah.
And oh dear fucking God, that's not happening. I mean,
I hate Frank Miller. I love Brian Michael Bendis.
See, and I have talked about how if I do bring it back, I want to change the format where instead of me reviewing like a single comic book or a single story, well, actually, I never did a single book. It was always like single story arc or a couple of similarly themed books. What I would want to do is cover more about like the history of the business and talk about like the comic book crash of the 90s or the black and white boom of the 80s or the history of the fucking like comics code, or do something very similar to the I'm going to tell right now my favorite episode of the Long Box Chronicles. Mm-hmm. Just simply honestly because I got to really like flex and do some really interesting shit with it, was the one about the Hostess ads. The one about the Hostess snack cake comic book ads. I could totally do stuff like that where I just do shit based entirely on old comic book ads and just laugh at how goofy and stupid most of those were.
Oh yeah, kind of like gaming historian for comics.
Yeah, or there actually is a site I frequently go to. The site is called Mr. Kitty, and they have like a series on there, a series of articles. It's not videos, it's just straight up articles. And the articles are called Stupid, and they're called Stupid Comics. And they will take like a single book and they'll fucking like goof on the stupid shit. Or they will do ones where they just look at like old fucking ads, or they look at old fucking they look at old like PSA comics. Or I was talking earlier about Fletcher Hanks and all of his batshit glory. They've done videos on, like, all of Fletcher Hanks' primary characters. And you could just laugh at the sheer stupidity and the sheer absolute failure of what Fletcher Hanks has done.
Now, there is one story arc that I think you should review.
Oh, boy.
This is the awful one. This is for a lot of people, myself included. This was the thing that kind of killed like any interest in revisiting DC Comics whatsoever.
Hang on, let me guess. All-Star Batman.
Nope. Worse. I am, of course, talking about Identity Crisis.
I kind of liked Identity Crisis, man. It was a really good murder mystery.
I fucking hated the shit out of that. Like that is probably like the pinnacle, like the definition of like, I mean, everything wrong with modern comic books, everything grim, dark.
Yes. Yes, it was really fucked up how they took. It was really stupid how they turned a joke villain like Dr. fucking Light into a fucking rapist, and he's a joke because they wiped his mind. And Batman's pissed because at some point he had his mind wiped, and it's all about just, corruption in the Justice League.
A pretty graphic rape scene just for the sake of having one, and all of that was just a fucking red herring anyway.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid.
I mean, but it's like, I actually just kind of sort of liked the mystery in it. Just the whole fucking, like, murder fucking mystery angle. Like, it could have totally done without the rape flashback. It could have done without all of the fucking, mind wipe shit. Mm-hmm. It could have totally benefited without all that shit. However, like everything else, like there was the bit where where Tim fucking Drake's dad dies. Like all that kind of shit was really well fucking written.
It's like I know a lot of people who complain about like new fans of these characters, like they're coming in because they're fans of the movies or they're fans of the cartoons, and I don't fucking blame them for not wanting to get into the comic books because the modern stories are just fucking awful.
Well, see, and the problem with trying to get into the comics, and this right here is the big issue I have, with a whole lot of current comics is
Mhm.
the fact that both of our major publishers, both Marvel and DC, are horrifically guilty of this. Is they have tried numerous times to fucking boot everything.
Mhm.
And the problem with that is that they don't normally go for like a full-blown hard reboot. It's always just like a soft reboot. So you have like 60 years, 70 years, sometimes almost fucking 80 years worth of fucking continuity, and they're essentially cherry picking what fucking is and isn't canon anymore.
Like, you realize like how fucking stupid that sounds?
Well, you see, because allow me to just sort of sum it up like this: New 52. You know, a lot of people bitched about the fucking like New 52. Like, one of the big points of New 52 is that superheroes have only been a thing for like 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
At least in the fucking like DC world, it's only been about 5 years. However, though, every single thing in Batman's history is still technically canon.
Mm-hmm.
All 70 plus years of Batman shit is technically canon, which basically then means that within 5 years he's gone through like 4 fucking Robins.
Beautiful, love it.
And that honestly has been fixed since they kind of came back, and they did fucking DC DC like Rebirth, which apparently is trying to undo a whole lot of the New 52 damage. They're trying to go back to some kind of a regular like status fucking quo.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on at DC right now, because like you've heard of the producer shakeup in their films division.
A little bit, yeah. But dude, it's like I also look at fucking Marvel, and I look at the fact that Banner is fucking dead, and they're promising that he is going to stay dead. So we're now stuck with the social, and we're now stuck with the social fucking justice Hulk. Amadeus Cho, who's fucking Korean, because apparently there's not enough people of color in Marvel Comics, which is the most laughable thing a comic book fan has ever fucking heard.
God, even fucking Stan Lee even quoted that article.
It's like they always say, "Oh, well, there's only like 5 black fucking superheroes." Like, yeah, only 5 black superheroes, maybe in Image comics, not in all of comics.
Let's see. Let's run down the list. Static, Black Lightning, Icon.
Let's see. Storm, Black Panther,
Falcon.
Luke Cage, Falcon.
John Stewart, Green Lantern.
John Stewart, yes.
I was a Green Lantern.
Yeah, that was the John Stewart Lantern. Yeah. Cyborg. There's Brother fucking Voodoo. There's Brother, Voodoo. Like, there's so many. Mm-hmm. There's tons of black characters, so to say that there's only 5. Or, correction, and they always just say that there's only 5 superheroes of color. And then you look at, Jubilee is Asian. Psylocke, for a short time, was Asian for some bafflingly bizarro reason. Katana, the entirety of Big Hero 6. Back honestly when Big Hero 6 was a comic and not a fucking Disney movie.
I thought it was a good Disney movie.
We got Spawn, we got Steel, we got, just so many.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Spawn, yeah.
So to say that there's only, a small number of colored superheroes is fucking insane. Similar, honestly, to when people were saying that Batwoman was like the first openly the first openly gay superhero. I'm like, no, she wasn't even the first openly gay superhero this fucking century. Because there have been dozens of openly gay superheroes. That's nothing new.
What I dislike a lot about how they're handling, Batwoman's character is, that's her. That's her defining personality trait, right? Her being lesbian.
Unfortunately, yes, that is sort of like the one thing that they play off of with her, which is pretty fucking bad. Oh, and War Machine. We totally forgot about War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine.
And I saw this preview image. Marvel's coming out with a new team. It's the U.S. Avengers, which is being led by Steve fucking Rogers, because apparently he can't be Captain America anymore. And the Captain America of this is from the future. She is like the daughter of Luke Cage and Jessica fucking Jones. The Iron fucking Patriot is now a fucking woman. They just keep changing it up. They keep just swapping around a bunch of stupid bullshit.
Did you hear the newest one that oh shit, what was it? Doctor Doom is the new Iron Man.
Yeah, I kind of heard about that.
Oh no, I heard nothing.
It's like Marvel, instead of trying to come up with interesting stories that are going to keep people, coming back, they basically keep on hearing the 2, maybe 3 dozen people on Tumblr who are bitching about, not being fucking represented in comics, even though these people are too stupid to pick up a goddamn comic. And instead of just going, well, if you want black characters, we have Black Panther and Storm and Brother Voodoo. We have all these other characters. We give them plenty of time. No, instead they're going to go, hey, we're going to take Falcon, a character who for years has been living in Captain America's shadow because he was created to be Captain America's black fucking friend in the 70s when it was deemed that Captain America was deemed a little bit too fucking white. So instead of, just letting him become his own character, now he's merged with the shadow he's been buried under since the 1970s. That's bullshit.
I will give a little credit to Marvel where credit is due. From what I understand, the Miles Spider-Man stories have been very, very well written. Like, enough to justify Miles' existence.
Yeah. Well, see, and they also have been doing really well with, what's her name? Kamala Khan.
I've heard good things.
Who, when they first fucking created her, it's like, hey, look, Marvel finally has a Muslim superhero. As long as you ignore, like, the 10 other Muslim superheroes Marvel has had these many years. And so they were marketing her as just solely as this fucking, like, Muslim, character. They never, ever tried to play up anything else with her. And the stories wound up apparently being incredibly well fucking written, but I still cannot get past the fact that she's still a fucking token because that was how they marketed her in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I got nothing to add.
You can tell I'm just kind of sick and tired of Marvel's fucking horse shit. So, and DC honestly is not doing any fucking better. DC honestly is
Marvel's comics for me haven't really done much for me. Their movies have always been in like high quality. I've always felt like if the Thor movies are their weakest and the Thor movies are just barely watchable, I think they're in good standing, honestly.
And I actually kind of sort of like the Thor movies. I honestly think that the best ones though are the Captain America
ones. Oh yeah, I
still have to watch Civil War, but I loved the shit out of the first two. And
Winter Soldier and Civil War were great. And
Winter Soldier was amazing.
Like, even though people like to take jabs at it and dislike it, I fucking adore the first Avenger.
The first one was so good. But then again, that though is because it was a classic Captain America style story involving Cap fighting against the Red fucking Skull. You couldn't ask for something better. And it was
I fucking love this shit.
It was Cap fighting against Skull over control of the fucking cosmic cube. You can't get any more Silver Age Marvel than that.
I love this shit. Perfect pacing. It had great writing. It had some really good like fight scenes. I'm a sucker for World War II stories, World War II adventure films, like The Rocketeer,
like alternate history World War II shit. I'm all over that.
Because it's funny.
Iron Sky, Rocketeer, love it. Well,
it's funny, and it's
all right, but.
It's great because the director of the first Avenger also directed The Rocketeer, which was, in my book, a really fun little...
Rocketeer was definitely fun. I wouldn't say it's great, but it is at least worth checking out. So,
how about that? How about that Ghostbusters?
I still have to see it beat before I can really judge.
I've noticed that it's getting a bit more positive reviews than I expected to. Apparently, even like people who were swilling the hate Kool-Aid are starting to, like, they really turned around after they saw the movie.
And apparently there are a couple of fucking hashtags in the chat. One of them was way earlier. It was hashtag Bring Back Longbox Chronicles.
There are dozens of us, Emer. Dozens.
Yeah. Let's see here. Gizmo, Robin. Both of them were like hashtag Bring Back Longbox Chronicles. It's like shit. And the other one I saw was from Shadow. It's hashtag Give Steve a Boyfriend. Don't know what that's about.
You get out of here.
Now, what the fuck's he talking? Is he talking about giving?
Yeah, like he's like because they never. I guess because they never really go into Steve's sexuality in the movies. That a lot. There's a hashtag campaign trying to make him either bi or gay.
Are you talking about making Captain America bi or gay?
Yeah.
But didn't they kind of imply that him and like Carter were?
Yeah.
Open.
They don't care. They don't care about context. They don't care.
I mean, because that's, like, very strongly implied in both films that he deeply loves Carter. Like, that's...
Didn't they also pretty much say that he's a virgin in that movie universe?
I believe so. But still, it's like, that, honest to God, is kind of sort of like, whenever I hear people go, oh, we could have had, we also could have had, like a fucking, like Mexican, like, I mean, we could have had like a Mexican hobbit in the fucking Lord of the Rings. No, we really couldn't have. Because there is no Mexico in Middle Earth, damn it.
I mean, we could have, but it doesn't mean it would have made sense.
It would have been stupid.
If anything, it just would have made it worse.
There's this guy I follow on Tumblr. His name, he goes by... He has two blogs. He goes by The Feel of a Video Game and Loltaku. And he has this theory for the works of Mark Millar.
Okay, I actually am kind of a fan of some of his work. I really liked Wanted. I thought that Wanted was amazing.
Like he had this theory for how Mark Millar handles his story. Step 1, he writes a story. Step 2, he adds it with a lot of cringe and like try hard, edgy like scenes and shock value in his stories. Step 3, he sells it and he gets people talking. He sells the movie rights because a lot of people are talking about it and buying it just to see if it's as graphic as they think it is. Step 4, he sells the original story to Hollywood where they actually make a decent film adaptation out of it. And he profits from it.
I have to tell you a little story involving one of his about one of the things that Mark wrote, because...
is this the funnies?
The unfunnies.
Oh,
yes.
God.
So, because I actually bought those books, because I'd heard that they were so awful. I'm like, they can't really be that bad, can they?
Doesn't Mark Millar, like, look back on them not too fondly?
It actually is like the one thing that he doesn't have on his website. He mentions every other thing.
Are you mean to tell me he mentions the fucking Fleetway Sonic comics that he wrote, but he doesn't mention
I'm talking about like the shit that he himself like created.
Oh, okay.
Like he will fucking mention like Kick-Ass, he'll mention Wanted, he'll mention everything else except for the unfunnies. The story is that when he was first writing it, he honestly thought it was going to be absolutely like hilarious, dark fucking comic shit. Which, it can be funny if you're in a really dark sort of mood. So he got through, like, the first, 7 pages of the fucking script, and his wife read it. She then threw the pages at him, because she was absolutely disgusted by what was in those 7 pages. And he then tried to justify one of the sex scenes within that 7 pages. And she apparently wouldn't talk to him for 2 days, and he finished writing it anyway.
Jesus Christ!
And
great.
Now, have you guys read the Unfunnies?
Nah.
I think I might still have. I think I might still have the fucking I think I might still have the CBR files. If you guys happen to have any sort of comic book reader on your fucking computer, and those are all free, I can send you the issues. Oh my god, I totally do. All 4 issues. The Unfunnies. You would just need fucking C display or something to, read them.
What? See, this is what you should be saving for Longbox Chronicles.
Dude,
Uh-huh.
you do understand that YouTube has, like, quality guidelines and shit that you can't show, right?
You don't have to show it. You can, if anything, it'd be better if you show it like with censor bars and things like that.
Oh yes, the when the wife of the crow like kills Jungle fucking Jim by beating him in the back of the head with a big steel fucking dildo, I can censor that.
Yeah.
By the way, that actually was in the very first issue, I should mention.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Good job.
yeah. In fact, I actually have a lot of shit downloaded here. I have that, I have Transmet, I have the Max, like every issue of the Max. I have one, I actually was going to make this an issue of or rather an episode of the Longbox Chronicles. You guys happen to remember in fucking Carnage, the book from Gene fucking Simmons' son?
I think so.
The one that, it was the fucking one that everybody bitched about because he was using, like, manga books as his, source.
Yeah, because he was tracing from,
No.
Oh.
In the comic book world, it is not known as tracing. It's called fucking lifting, and it's a common fucking thing. It's normally horrendously frowned upon, but it's common.
What about light boxing?
Light boxing is based... Dude, that's just another means of copying the image. I actually was...
Yeah, but isn't it more using the poses for more reference rather than, like, tracing or anything like that?
No. You see, because there actually is nothing fucking wrong with people who use poses for, you know, I mean, there's using poses for reference, but there also are instances when you can find, like, covers of comics and you'll see the exact same pose, but with a different character. It's literally the same pose with the same fucking like lines, the same fucking like definition. They just changed the face and the hair. And that honestly is not even what Nick fucking Simmons did. Because you can look and you can see that there is differences between one and the other. He was literally using like Bleach and all these other fourth-rate fucking mangas as reference. He wasn't fucking lifting, he wasn't tracing, just a bunch of weeaboos bitching about stupid shit.
I might even have it confused with somebody else, because I was talking about somebody that was literally like lifting, or that was straight up tracing.
A lot of
like
guys who have done like lifts. Yeah. That's pretty bad. Like one guy who is infamous for lifting, and he lifts from very odd sources, is I believe his name is Greg Land. He used to do the covers for She-Hulk, and he used to actually draw them. And then he got really lazy, and he started taking poses, and he took poses from like Playboy and shit.
Yeah.
And he just basically would just airbrush the women green and add clothing.
I remember that.
Like that there's totally just a fucking like lift from porn. So, and for She-Hulk, that's probably not the best, because She-Hulk's not exactly a looker in the comics. You have her drawn like a fucking knockout on the cover. And then you crack it open and her face is just kind of plain, you know, looking, and she doesn't have freaking like double D tits and shit. It doesn't look right.
There was an artist who was who actually like apparently was a decent artist, and he started doing the same thing, but he would like do it throughout, you know, like panels of his comics where like you'd see this like this clearly doesn't look anything like his art.
Oh yeah,
like,
dude, that
it
happens
sticks
a lot.
out, and he would clearly take from porn, because they'd be in like really like awkward poses, and you're like, oh, see, now if I imagine that character naked and taking a dick, yeah, it totally makes sense of that position.
But yeah, that, you see, and like there honestly is a lot I could talk about fucking lifting, and just the, you know, fact that it's kind of sort of that it's kind of sort of frowned on. And if one artist notices that another artist is lifting from them, and like lifting often, then they actually then will put little fucking jabs at the, you know, plagiarist in their comics. Like there actually was like one guy, and his work was getting constantly lifted by somebody else. And so they had this fucking like subway shot, and there was this guy reading a newspaper, and the headline was "Breaking News: so and so is caught fucking lifting again." In hopes,
Great.
honestly, that would make it into the other guy's book, and it never did, sadly.
Speaking of uninspired designs,
What's up?
I'm looking. For some reason, I'm just looking at the some screenshots for Gears of War 4.
Jesus Christ,
And
why?
And if I ever requested, if someone ever asked me, make some of the most generic looking video game character designs that you can possibly think of, those designs are exactly what I would fucking think of.
See, I wouldn't consider them generic. I'd consider them, like stereotypical.
Stupid. Oh, okay.
Like, when you say, like, not average, but what every mother imagines video games to be, yeah.
Now, I just noticed, guys, that we have been going for damn near 4 hours. So
Oh, Jesus.
we honestly are probably going to have to close up fucking shop here in a couple of minutes. But shit, man, it has been a fun 4 hours.
Yeah.
I love this shit. So, anyway, guys, now this here is kind of sort of like the last fucking call for questions. So, let's hear this.
Anything good?
Bring it on. Yeah, let me just scroll up, because kind of sort of got into that long-winded tangent about lifting.
Oh, totally. I'm gonna do a callback to one of my things. So, follow up to breeding season.
Yeah, please. Let's continue talking about the furry game that will thankfully never fucking be.
Not quite. See, that's what the update is apparently the guy who took all of his assets and went home, started his own game that's totally not breeding season.
It's just going to use the art assets from breeding season.
It oh my god, dude, it looks the exact fucking same, too.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's see here. Just seeing, let me scroll back up a touch more, see if there's anything else.
Oh god, someone modified John McIntosh's logo.
Oh, did they?
Okay, are you familiar?
Wait, Jonathan McIntosh has a fucking logo?
Yeah, for his stupid pop culture detective agency.
Yeah. I actually thought you meant that he had his own personal logo. I didn't know you were talking about that pop culture detective shit he's doing.
Oh yeah. Okay, are you familiar with the web? Anita Sarkeesian's Puppet Master. Okay, are you familiar with the webcomic series Control-Alt-Delete?
Did you just
heard
ask
of
if I'm
it.
familiar with Control-Alt-Delete? I could have sworn everybody was familiar with the comic that tried to make drama out of a miscarriage.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's exactly what they edited it a little bit too.
Did they
I've
actually use
heard of
the
it,
miscarriage strip?
No, it's okay. There's this like common theme that's going on with that Cadbortion strip. It's basically they just take those 4 panels and even if the 4 panels vaguely like are similar to the 4 panels from the Cadbortion comic, people just instantly recognize it as it making fun of Control-Alt-Delete.
All right.
Like, I think someone put together like 4 Simpsons pictures that were, I'm pretty sure they were even in completely different seasons from each other, and almost everyone instantly recognized it as, okay, it's making fun of Cadbortion.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So, yeah, I'm still scrolling through for any other possible questions that we might have missed.
Nothing interesting.
Not totally, like, a whole lot of, like, comments and all that, but nothing really, like, serious, like, questions. Outside of Gizmo asking for, like, the 5th time, which one do you prefer, fucking Constantine or Preacher? I kind of find it funny that he's willing to call John fucking Constantine by name, and not willing to call Jesse fucking Custer by name. No. He's just Preacher.
Are we being specific over which one are we?
I guess
talking
which
about?
fucking character do you think is better, Constantine or Custer?
So I was going to go off of which adaptation sucked the least.
Because Constantine's had the movie and the show, Preacher's had the show. I don't know anything about if the show is any good or not.
I mean, I guess it could be okay. I don't think it's even out yet, but it's from fucking. It's headed by Seth Rogen.
That is what's filling me with fear. Because I don't like Seth fucking Rogen. I've seen what he can do to shit, and it's not
Like,
good.
he says, like, oh, I'm a fan of the comics. I mean, you know what? Like, fucking...
So am I, but I'm not trying to make a fucking show out of it.
Josh Trank was a fan of the Fantastic Four, too, okay? Fan Four Stick fucking sucked.
Wait. That thing was made by a fan?
Apparently...
Which one? The more recent one or the last
the more
generation?
recent
The more recent one. But then again, M. Night fucking Shyamalan claimed to be a big fan of Avatar.
Oh, yeah.
Look out.
Oh my god. Like, fuck... I'm just gonna go...
A sequel.
I'm just gonna go off on a Josh Trank rant here, because fucking Josh Trank wishes he could be half as good at M. Night Shyamalan at his worst.
Wow.
Jesus, I fucking hate that guy.
That's that's saying something.
Like, I walked off the... I chose to walk off the Star Wars project. Dude, you were fucking gonna direct a Boba Fett movie. You know how many directors your age are probably fucking... who would kill to have that director's chair?
If I honestly were to do anything Star Wars, I would not want to do a Boba Fett film.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you.
Just simply honestly because I am one of the people who looks at it and goes, I was literally bored one day and I counted. He has like 4 fucking lines in Empire.
No, you can totally do a fucking
He gets fucking killed in the shittiest way possible in Jedi. And in fucking Attack of the Clones, he's a whiny, irritating kid. Fuck Boba Fett.
I always thought he was a shitty bounty hunter.
You could do a totally fucking cool like Boba Fett film though.
I personally would rather want to make like a Godfather style mafia film starring Jabba the Hutt. Okay,
I was gonna suggest for Boba Fett it was gonna be like a Clint Eastwood western in space.
I said why not make why does it have to be Boba Fett? Who the fuck cares about Boba Fett? Why not make a Warriors of Mandalore fucking story? I'd love to see all
because they have to acknowledge the fucking Clone Wars, like what they did in that show for the fucking Mandalorians, and because nobody fucking likes how they handled them in the Clone Wars.
Because there were other bounty hunters in Empire, you know that, right? Like there was fucking like Bosk, and there was IG-88, there was.
Oh yeah, let's make a fucking movie about those ones. I want
IG-88
remembers.
I want a fucking IG-88 Bosk team up. Fuck you.
Yeah, everybody remembers Boba Fett because he had the pretty armor and he was in more than one scene. Nobody would have remembered Boba Fett if he was in, if he wasn't in the second movie.
I want you honestly to just think about the fact that if Vader would have stopped in front of everybody's favorite fucking killer fucking robot and would have said and would have fucking warned him instead of fucking Boba Fett, then everybody basically would have been bowing at the altar of IG-88. Shut the fuck up.
and his head wouldn't have been used as a prop in the next movie.
Oh, was it used as a prop?
Yeah, in I forget, or was it the second movie?
Wait a second! Wasn't it actually like part of like Jabba's like scrapyard? Like wasn't somewhere in there? Oh my god!
No! It was like part of a bar scene or something like that, where it was like.
It was somewhere else than in like it was somewhere in like fucking like Jabba's palace, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
On the fucking bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it was like being used as like a to fill drinks. It was his IG-88's head.
Or who in the hell was the other fucking bounty hunter? Like they actually are like using him now in the new fucking show, the new fucking like Lego like Star Wars show. I tuned in for like 2 minutes and saw he was there. The one who basically like dresses almost like a hobo, has kind of sort of like a wrap around his head. I can't think of his name, and it's starting to bug me.
The blue guy?
No. Oh, fucking hell! Now, oh god, it's okay. I'm just gonna have to look it up. It's starting to get to me, and we are going to fucking close on me looking up a list of Star Wars bounty hunters, just that way I can pull a name. Zam Wessel? No. Dengar.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, see? Yeah. You know, like, Dengar has started to get use, and nobody fucking knows who he is. So we could totally get fucking IG-88 and Bosk in, like, a little team-up film, like a buddy cop bounty hunter film. What say you, everybody? Who wants to fucking see a Bosk IG-88 buddy cop style team-up? Like, Rush Hour in space, only with a lizard and a robot.
Oh, nobody? Okay, I think that the people have spoken.
I want to see it! Fuck you all!
Now, see, do you know what I want to see? Just because I know it's the only reference that I have right now, but, like, how we were talking about 4 rooms earlier. Like, I want to see a feature-length film done by different people using different bounty hunters and their different, like, elimination styles. You know,
Yeah,
sure, go ahead,
totally.
throw Boba Fett in there. Have an IG-88 scene. Have a Bosk scene.
Have Ventress in there, just basically make all the prequel nerds happy.
I like Ventress.
Ventress suck, man. Now, mind you, though.
She was in the good Clone Wars series.
Mind
I
you,
mean, in the other one too, but you know.
Mind you, though, I honestly, though, am saying that knowing full fucking well that I am now and always will be a Star Trek fan more than a Star Wars fan.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Jabba the Hutt meets Pizza the Hut. great one there, Shadow Jozo.
Awesome. Jabba the Hutt meets, you know, Movie Bob. That would be...
Okay, that one.
Movie Bob, though, I think then would have to have a shirt in order for us to tell what he is. It'd just be a shirt saying, "Hi, I'm Bob." Otherwise, we'll never be able to tell the two of them, or else we'll never be able to tell the two of them the fuck apart. Fuck, yeah, and fuck the prequels. DP, thank you. Because I honestly thought I was like one of the only ones who just wanted to pretend that the prequels never fucking existed.
I don't hate them just because they brought out the Clone Wars series, and they do. I don't hate them.
They're not terrible. They're not terrible.
I understand why.
Two was the closest to being terrible.
You want to talk about fucking sand and water? I don't want to hear it.
I understand why people dislike them, but it did have some good scenes in there too. Like the Emperor talking to Anakin and like corrupting him. I thought that was a great like arc.
To quote the fucking Clerks and to fucking quote the Clerks animated series, the pod race was cool.
The pod race was cool.
Yes, unfortunately though, it's like 40 minutes that has nothing to do with anything else in the goddamn movie.
And it did give us a Duel of Fates.
Yeah, it did give us a pretty cool song.
The opera scene.
It gave us, you know, double-sided lightsabers, which I do feel that did help expand on the whole idea that there's more than just one type of fucking sword.
True. Unfortunately, then we got Kylo fucking Solo's saber in the new one, which has the laser hilt that just...
Hey, I like the cross guard.
Dude, what the fuck?
Fucking cross guard doesn't make a lick of sense, man.
Yes, it does. It makes perfect sense.
How so? The cross guard is supposed to keep your hand away from the fucking blade. If it's identical to the blade...
Because it stops.
You're gonna lose your fingers.
And also another thing that the prequels brought us: Count Dooku, great character, still love him. But how did most characters in Star Wars lose their hands? Guess what? That crossguard stops characters from losing their fucking hands.
I wouldn't quite say that. I mean, if they cut like far enough in, a crossguard would not have saved Luke.
Because do you realize that the crossguard is like venting energy from the central focal point of the crystal. So there's still lightsaber energy going into the crossguard. Like
Dude,
it's not just two pieces of metal sticking out and then little bits of lightsaber.
dude, no offense, but the very fact that you are talking about how it's venting energy from the fucking crystal within the saber.
Because it's a shitty crystal. Because
you have hit a level of nerd even.
oh
I haven't
oh
yet.
dude, I could go into this. I could go into this for so long.
But mind you, I actually found a really awesome concept saber in one of the Star Wars novels, even though it is absolutely unfucking usable. I still thought it was cool, and it was in the Jedi Academy trilogy. Some guy wanted to make the ultimate saber, like one of the students wanted to make the ultimate saber, so instead of using one fucking crystal, he used one of each color. So he was able to then activate each crystal in sequence, and the blade would grow. And until he had this like massive, unfucking usable thing, which had a blade that was 4 times longer than any other blade, which made it absolutely unfucking wieldy. And the color was essentially this fucking like rainbow spiral.
Huh.
And I saw, and I was reading that. I was like, that would be really cool to see. I don't think I would want to use it. I'd probably turn it into like a 2-blade saber, so that way you're, working out of the center, which might give you a bit more balance. Instead of, jutting it all out of one end, which essentially then has you essentially trying to, swing at people with essentially a fucking pole vault stick.
See, and there was another lightsaber that I saw that was really interested. That was it was a double-sided lightsaber that essentially it would be basically the full length of one lightsaber on one side, and then had a tinier lightsaber on the bottom side, and he could adjust the lengths each way.
So you basically have like a full sword on one side and like a dagger on the other.
Yeah, and so it would really fuck people up, when you're trying to imagine fighting somebody that's using a double-sided, when, it's like, or, it's only one-sided, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's coming out the back now, instead of just the front.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could find, like, the actual art for it.
Well, anyway, we have been going now for well over 4 hours.
Lightsaber whip was a thing.
Wasn't there a battle axe at some point in the expanded
There was one, because that was a character that like he just was too big to wield a sword.
Could have sworn there was tonfas at one point.
Yep, yeah, that was in Force Unleashed. Those were kind
Was it
of
Force Unleashed?
yeah, or it was Force Unleashed or Force Unleashed 2, but those were kind of silly. I'll admit that one.
The one that the main character wielded?
No, it was a side character.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, so
But
go ahead, end it there, Emer.
Well, no, dude. I actually still haven't. I still haven't ended it. We're still fucking chatting. So anyway, guys, I would totally like to thank everybody who came out here and joined us for this 4 fucking plus hour marathon stream. This honestly has been a fuckload of fun, and I would really like to thank both Duck and Nick for joining me, because you guys, as always, are just fucking awesome. So, I want to thank you guys for joining me. This has totally been a fun time, and it actually does sort of feel fucking good, like coming back and doing these streams like monthly. It's just a nice little way of just venting for like 4 hours. Plus, also, we got to talk about Pokemon Go. We got to talk about the whole attempted fucking coup in Turkey. So
we get to go about fucking. Oh god, never mind. I can't even remember what it was now. That one game that I talked about earlier.
Breeding season.
Yeah, there we go. How do you fucking remember better than I do? I was the one that talked about it.
Oh yeah. Duck sauce. We had to talk about duck sauce.
Duck sauce.
So anyway, guys, this honestly has been this year has been a hell of a lot of fun, but it is time for us to go. So take care, guys.
Bye, everyone.
See ya.